Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
Picture this. It is after midnight on I-70 deep in the Colorado mountains. Snow is hammering the highway, trucks are grinding up the grade, and inside the tunnel it sounds like it always does. Fans screaming overhead engines, echoing off concrete radios, hissing tires, hissing on wet pavement. Then, for exactly 1 second, all of that sound is gone. The fans stop. The engines fall silent. Even the radio in the control room cuts to dead air. 1 second later, everything comes back. Traffic keeps moving. The cameras keep rolling. The log files say nothing unusual happened. By the time the night is over, 11 people inside that tunnel will be dead. The official report will blame the weather-cheap fuel and a perfect storm of technical failures. It will call what happened in that 1 second a glitch, if it mentions it at all. But there was one man working that night who was close enough to hear the moment the tunnel lost sound, and close enough to smell what filled the air after. He survived the CO poisoning. He quit his job. He moved states, and years later, he started hearing that same 1 second silence in his new apartment, miles away from the mountain. Tonight, you're going to hear his story in his own words. Chapter 1, Why I Started Listening to the Hum 1.1. Writing to a horror channel. I was supposed to send this to a lawyer, but instead, I am sending it to a horror channel. That sentence has been sitting at the top of this email draft for 20 minutes. I type a few lines, delete them, start over, then just sit here with my fingers resting on the keys. Listening to my apartment, pretend to be a normal place. It is a little after 11 at night in Denver. I'm on the 3rd floor of a 4-story brick building off a frontage road that stares at the interstate. From my kitchen table, I can see the glow of the freeway through the sliding glass door in the living room. A moving band of white and red lights like a heartbeat I do not control. The kitchen light is the cheap yellow kind you get in every long-term rental. It hums faintly, flickering every now and then, like it is thinking about giving up. The TV in the living room is off, but the black screen still reflects that dull yellow rectangle, stretching it out and warping it so it looks taller than my actual kitchen. Behind me, the refrigerator does its usual rough, rattling hum. It is an old unit with a dent in the stainless steel door that was already there when I moved in. Every 10 or 15 minutes, the compressor kicks harder for a second, and the whole thing shudders against the wall like it is trying to step forward and can't. Above the cabinets, there is a vent for the HVAC system. Right now, it is pushing out a low stream of air, cool and steady. If I close my eyes, I can tell you when it ramps up, when it cuts off, when it cycles back on. I know its entire rhythm the way some people know a song. Out in the hallway down past my front door, the elevator makes a tired ding every time it reaches my floor. It is always the same sound. Not cheery, not sharp, just this flat little note that echoes once off the painted cinder block walls and then dies. Sometimes I count the seconds between dings just to prove to myself that time is still moving the way it is supposed to. These are the sounds I live with now. Refrigerator, vent, elevator, faint traffic, the occasional plumbing cough from the unit above me. I sit in this yellow light in this small Denver kitchen, and I listen to them the way other people listen to music. My name is not important for this story. What matters is that I am in my late 30s, and for most of my adult life, I worked the night shift for the Colorado Department of Transportation. My job was not glamorous. I sat in a control room in the mountains and watched traffic cameras. I monitored fans and sensors and numbers crawling across screens. I made sure the main tunnel on I-70 stayed open and breathable, while thousands of people drove through it every day, trusting that someone somewhere knew what they were doing. I was that someone more nights than I want to remember. I do not work there anymore. I walked away after what they still call in official language the incident in the tunnel. You probably heard about it when it happened. It was on the local news then, the national news for a bit, until something louder happened somewhere else. 11 people died inside that tunnel. There were investigations. There were diagrams and press conferences and animated recreations on the evening news. Families sued. Settlements were reached. Statements were read. Someone higher up lost his job, at least on paper. They said it was a tragic convergence of bad weather, bad timing, and bad maintenance. If I was writing this to a lawyer, that is the part where I would stop. I would let their experts argue over flow rates and CO levels and duty of care statutes. I would let them decide whether what I did or did not do fits under the word negligence. I am not writing this to a lawyer. I am writing because somewhere along the way, the sounds in my life stopped lining up with the explanations. I do not sleep well. That is probably obvious already. The doctors call it anxiety and trauma and give it long names that sound like their own kind of machinery. They are not wrong. My brain runs hot at night. I replay feeds that are no longer on any server. I hear fans turning off where no fans should be. I flinch when my refrigerator changes pitch. I notice when the hum in the walls drops half a note and then comes back like nothing happened. People talk about flashbacks as images, a face, a crash, flames. Mine are mostly sound, the roar of air over concrete, the distant echo of an engine under load, the dry, ugly beep of a sensor that is a few seconds late telling the truth. The part that really keeps me awake is not the sirens or the shouting. It is 1 second in the middle of all that, where none of it made any sound at all. I have started calling that 1 second the hush when I talk about it out loud on the rare occasions that I try. Nobody really wants to hear about it. My ex-wife changes the subject. The therapist nods and writes something down, but always steers me back to words like grief and survivor's guilt. That is fine. That is their job. But the hush is mine. I heard it first in the tunnel the night 11 people died. I have heard it in other places since. In my old rental. In a motel off the interstate when I tried to outrun the mountains. In this very kitchen, with this same yellow light, with this same dented refrigerator, with the same elevator dinging way out in the hall. That is why I am sending this to you instead of filing it away with some lawyer who will never listen past the first paragraph. Your whole job is to read other people's nightmares and decide which ones are worth sharing. I do not know if this counts as a ghost story or a haunting or just one man unraveling after a disaster, but I know it sits in the same darkness as the stories you tell. So this is me sitting at my kitchen table, 3rd floor, Denver, late at night, trying to find the first clean edge of a story that does not really have one. My laptop is warm under my wrists. The cursor in this email window blinks at the end of the line, impatient but patient at the same time. Behind me, the refrigerator hums. The HVAC breathes through the vent. The elevator dings faintly as someone on another floor goes to get their mail or walk their dog. Outside the freeway whispers and growls a constant river of engines and tires and people who will never know my name. I start to type, the night 11 people died in the tunnel I was. And then it happens. The hum drops out of the world. The refrigerator cuts mid-rattle. The vent stops sighing. The elevator does not ding. The freeway, which is never truly silent, folds in on itself and disappears. The building stops creaking. Even the faint whine of my laptop fan vanishes like someone pressed mute on the air between me and everything else. In that squeezed, thin second, the loudest sound in my life is the tiny plastic click of my fingertip pressing a key. It is so sharp it echoes in my ears. It does not sound like typing. It sounds like tapping on the lid of something that should not be opened. I suck in a breath that feels too heavy, like I am inhaling water. My eyes go to the ceiling, the walls, the door, trying to find what is missing, but there is nothing to see, just my kitchen frozen in false stillness. Then, as fast as it left, the world exhales. The refrigerator shudders back into its growl. The HVAC coughs and resumes its steady push of air. Somewhere above me, a toilet flushes. A car horn bleats on the road outside. The elevator dings late, as if making up for the second it skipped. My heart is slamming against my ribs. My fingers are hovering over the keys like I forgot what they are for. I force myself to look away from the walls and down at the little digital clock on the stove. The green numbers glow calmly in the yellow light. 11:37 p.m. That is the time the hush always chooses. It is also the exact minute down to the minute when the tunnel went quiet and never really came back all those years ago. 1.2 Night shift in the mountain. When I say 11:37 p.m., I am not just looking at a clock on a stove in Denver. That time has teeth. It reaches backward. Every time the hush hits me here in this apartment, it pulls me back up into the mountains to a building that most people on I-70 never notice. They drive past it in the snow, and the sun eyes on the tunnel ahead, listening to their GPS, their kids, their own problems. They do not look up the slope to the low concrete box, half buried in rock and pine, the control center. That place was my whole world for years. On the surface, it was the same as every state building I have ever set foot in, outdated and overused. The staff lot was a narrow row of faded white lines hacked into the side of the hill above the east portal of the tunnel. We parked our pickups there, all of them more salt than paint by January, all of them with the same state logo peeling off the doors. In winter, the sodium vapor lamps in the lot cast everything in that sick orange glow, the kind that makes snow look dirty even when it is fresh. The mountains on either side of the highway turned into huge black walls. The only true white came from the reflectors lining the tunnel mouth and the headlights sliding in and out of it. Most nights I would pull into that lot a few minutes before 10, kill the engine, and just sit for a second with my hands on the wheel. The wind would rattle the truck, trying to scrape the leftover ice off the windshield. Even with the heater still ticking, I could feel the cold already sneaking in. Then I would open the door and step out into it. That thin, high air that tasted like metal and snow and exhaust. Down below, the tunnel entrance boomed with the sound of engines and fans, a constant concrete throat swallowing cars. Up here, the sound floated up in pieces, a truck downshifting a horn somewhere. The big ventilation stacks humming like distant aircraft. The control center door was steel with a keypad that stuck when it got too cold. You had to yank it hard enough to make the crash echo down the stairwell. Inside, the first smell that hit you was always coffee. Burned into the walls, soaked into the old carpet trapped in the cheap ceiling tiles. There was a vending machine humming by the wall, filled with stale chips and candy, its fluorescent tubes buzzing like angry insects. Further in the hallway was a corridor of fluorescent light and shadows. The HVAC system exhaled through ceiling grills, blowing air that was never quite the right temperature. The floor was that shiny vinyl they use in hospitals and schools, reflecting every overhead tube as a long white scar. The main control room sat at the end of that hall behind a glass door that never latched properly. I remember the way it opened, a soft, reluctant sigh of rubber along the metal frame, like the building itself was annoyed we had come back. inside the tunnel lived in rectangles. 3 of the walls were covered in monitors, stacked tiled framed in black plastic. Each one showed a different angle, a curve of concrete, a slice of ceiling with massive fans, the east portal from above the west portal, from below the center span where the grade changed and trucks always seemed to slow. The cameras made everything inside the tunnel look colder than it really was. The image always had a little grain, a little static like snow that had turned to light. The color was off. Whites were blue, yellows were washed out, reds were too dark. Headlights flared and smeared. Brake lights bloomed like small, bloody suns before shrinking back into their casings. In front of the monitors, the console curved like a cockpit. It was all gray plastic and labeled buttons that never lit up the same way twice. There were rows of toggles for the ventilation fans, rotary dials for speed limit signs, key switches for emergency modes. Below that, banks of indicator lights, green for good, amber for pay attention. Red for this will be in the morning report. To the side, 2 standing racks of equipment purred and blinked. Their cooling fans made a constant low whir that you stopped hearing after a while. Every few seconds, some relay would click, or a sensor would ping, and one of the speakers in the ceiling would answer with a polite little beep like the tunnel was clearing its throat. That soundscape, the layered hum, the quiet beeps, the far-off thunder of traffic fed in through audio channels, sounded like safety to me. It meant everything was on, everything was moving, everything was working the way the manuals said it should. My desk was set dead center under a big circular air vent. They had mounted it there on purpose, I think, back when someone believed in ergonomics. Keeps you alert, one supervisor had joked once. You get the freshest air. What it actually meant was that every subtle shift in the HVAC pattern brushed the top of my head before it touched anything else. When the building switched from heating to cooling, when a damper shut, when a fan somewhere in the ducts powered down, I felt it literally on my skin. I could hear the change in the way the air hit the metal rim of the vent, a tiny difference in hiss that nobody else noticed. Back then, I thought of it as a perk, my own early warning. Jason's station was a few chairs over, angled toward the west portal monitors. He was older than me by maybe 5 years, with the kind of face that looked permanently unimpressed. First time I met him, I thought he was going to be one of those bitter lifer types who complain about everything. It took me exactly 1 shift to realize his constant dry irritation was how he dealt with boredom and fear. He had been around since before they upgraded the system to digital. He liked to talk about the old analog days, about tapes and knobs and how you could feel the tunnel in the equipment. He called the ventilation racks the lungs and the traffic feed the bloodstream, half joking, half not. We had a routine. The first hour of our shift was always the same. One of us would log in and acknowledge whatever warnings day shift had left in the system. The other would stand, coffee in hand, and do a slow lap in front of the wall of screens, scanning the tunnel from portal to portal. Speed limits would be set according to weather and traffic. Lane closure signs would be tested. Emergency phones would be pinged to see if they answered. If a sensor had thrown any odd numbers during the evening, we checked its history, compared it to its neighbors. Most of the time, it was nothing. A truck parked too long under one camera, a spike of fumes when a semi was running rich. We would tag it, make a note for maintenance, and move on. While we did all this, Jason would turn on a small AM radio and set it on the console between us. He kept the volume so low, you had to lean toward it to really catch anything. There was a late-night talk show he liked, full of callers talking about conspiracies and weird experiences. Lights in the sky, glitches in reality, dead relatives on the phone. I figure if we're going to watch people drive through a hole in a mountain all night, he said once, we might as well have something stranger to compare it to. We would sit there with the radio murmuring about UFOs or government cover-ups underneath the hum of state-issued hardware and watch the mountain bleed light from one side to the other as the cars came and went. On paper, those nights were uneventful. The biggest problems were usually human, a drunk driver weaving too much a trucker, ignoring the speed limit in the downgrade kids, stopping to take a selfie in the breakdown lane. We had protocols. Call this number, trigger that sign log this time. Sometimes a state trooper would swing by the control center afterward, hat under his arm to debrief or just thaw out. We complained about the coffee machine that always burned the second pot. We compared divorce settlements. We picked apart the things truckers yelled when they pressed the emergency call boxes and thought nobody important was listening. And under all of that, the building breathed. Most nights I did not have to look up to know when a fan in one of the ventilation stacks outside kicked to high. The pitch of the background hum would slide up half a tone like someone leaning harder on a violin string. The air from the vent above my head would get cooler, sharper. A row of LEDs would climb from green toward yellow on the panel without me even glancing at it. I got used to those shifts. I trusted them. Which is why the first time everything stopped for a heartbeat, I did not chalk it up to imagination. It happened on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. The middle of the week blurs when you work nights. I remember stepping into the control room with a fresh mug, the tunnel cameras glowing blue-white in the dark. The radio host talking about some guy who swore time had skipped while he was at a gas station. Jason was in the bathroom. I was alone with the hardware. I walked to my chair, sat down, and felt the familiar faint breeze from the vent above. The fans in the racks whirred. The monitors hissed. The traffic audio channel muttered some distant engine noise. I reached for the keyboard to log my arrival. Halfway through my password, the world hiccuped. The hum vanished. Not faded, vanished. The air from the vent stopped cold. The fans in the racks went mute. The audio channel cut. Even the fluorescent lights overhead seemed to lose their buzz. There was no pop, no flicker, no warning. One frame sound, the next frame nothing. In that slice of non-time, I could hear the tiny scrape of my own sleeve brushing the desk as I moved my arm. I could hear the faint creak of the chair under my weight. The letters I typed sounded like hammer blows. Then everything came back. The fans resumed their song at exactly the same volume. The vent breathed on my scalp like it had never stopped. The tunnel audio dropped me back into the middle of a semi-shifting gears. The radio host on the desk went from, and then I realized the clock was to exactly 1 minute ahead, as if 1 second in his story had been bitten clean out. I stared at the ceiling, at the racks, at the row of LEDs all stable and green. If the power had flickered, the monitors would have gone black or rebooted. If the HVAC had glitched, the control system would have thrown a warning. I checked the log. There were no events stamped for that moment. No dips, no spikes. Jason came back in, rubbing his hands together. "Heater's acting up again," he said. "You want to do the cameras, or should I?" I almost asked him, "Did you notice that? Did you feel the building hold its breath? Did your ears pop? Did your bones twinge? Did you hear how loud your own heartbeat could get in 1 second?" Instead, I swallowed, shrugged, and said, "You do cameras, I'll do the log." I wrote the time down on a sticky note and stuck it to the edge of my monitor. I did not put it in the official system. I told myself I was just tired, that my brain had lagged behind the rest of the room for a moment. Long shift, too much caffeine, not enough daylight. Then I went back to listening to the hum, grateful it was still there. I did not know it yet, sitting under that vent in that mountain, but the hush had already started visiting me. It did not wait for the night 11 people died. It was already walking the halls, trying the switches, learning how everything sounded when it stopped. 1, 3. The first time. The tunnel went quiet. The week before the accident, the weather people started using words like system and front and significant. Out here, those are just polite ways of saying the mountain is about to remind everyone who is actually in charge. The night I am thinking of was 3 or 4 days before everything went to hell. It was late in my shift, maybe past midnight, maybe a little before. The hours smear together when the only real daylight you see is yesterday's memory and tomorrow's promise. Traffic was thin. You can feel that before you even check the numbers. On busy nights, the tunnel feed has its own rhythm. Headlights in steady chains, brakes pulsing exhaust, rumbling through the audio like a distant river. That night, it sounded more like a leaky faucet. Drip of a car here, drip of a truck there. Long, dry stretches in between where nothing moved at all. Outside, the snow had started. Not a full whiteout, not yet, but enough that the cameras at the east portal were already going soft around the edges. The lens heaters could only do so much when wet flakes kept smacking into the glass and freezing there. On the screen in front of me, the entrance of the tunnel looked like an old photograph taped to frosted glass. White flecks swirling headlights smeared into glowing blobs when they passed. Jason had gone downstairs to dig something out of his locker in the equipment room, an extra jacket, a phone charger, something like that. He had left his half-finished coffee mug on the console, the ring of it sweating onto a stack of printouts. So it was just me, the tunnel, and the building. The radio on the desk was tuned to that same talk show he liked. The host was doing open lines, letting people call in with whatever strange experiences they wanted to unload. Normally, I treated it as white noise, a background murmur to stack on top of the machinery. That night, a caller's voice cut through more clearly. He was talking about being in a grocery store when he was a kid, how his mother had pushed the cart down an aisle, turned the corner, and then something happened. He said the whole world just dimmed. The hum of the refrigerators, the squeak of the cartwheels, the chatter of people, all of it went away for a second or two. He said the clock on the wall stopped. The fluorescent lights seemed to freeze like a still image. And then he told the host, everything started again, like nothing had happened. But my mom was farther down the aisle than she should have been, and the cart was turned the other way. I know how crazy that sounds, but the host did his usual skeptical but curious routine. So like a time slip, a glitch in the Matrix, he asked. The caller laughed nervously. I don't know what to call it, he said. It felt like somebody hit pause on the whole store to see what would happen. Like they were looking. I remember rolling my eyes and glancing up at the wall clock in our control room, just to check more out of habit than anything else. The red second hand swept along its circle, smooth and sure. The digital time code on the status bar at the bottom of the main monitor matched it to the second. Everything in sync. On my console, a small amber box flickered to life in the corner of the ventilation interface, a minor CO rise in one of the mid-tunnel sensors. Nothing dramatic. The value climbed a few points above its baseline and settled. The background threshold line stayed comfortably below the yellow warning line. I acknowledged the alert with a keystroke, typed a quick note into the log. Light co-increased sensor 23. Likely heavy vehicle. Then glanced at the camera closest to that sensor. A single sedan was moving through the frame taillights, glowing a dull red exhaust, trailing faintly behind in the tunnel air. The picture stuttered once as the lens auto-adjusted to the contrast, then smoothed out. Behind me, the HVAC pushed a little harder through the vent above my head. I felt the temperature drop a degree or two against my scalp. The fans in the equipment racks hummed at their usual pitch. The radio caller kept talking about the grocery store, about how he could never go down that particular aisle as an adult without feeling his skin crawl. I was only half listening. My eyes were doing their practiced circuit portal cams, mid-span, cams, west, exit traffic counts, fan status, CO levels repeat. There's a kind of lulling hypnosis in that kind of work, a trance you slip into where you are both very alert and vaguely detached. Then the trance broke. Not with a bang, not with a flicker, with an absence. Every monitor in front of me froze, all at once. The moving headlights, the drifting snow, the numbers ticking in the corners. They stopped. The images went a shade lighter, washed out, like someone had laid a thin film of gray over the entire wall. It was not the black of lost power or the colorful garbage of static. It was as if the system had captured one exact moment and then refused to let it go. At the exact same instant, the room went dead. The fan noise from the racks cut out. The whisper of air from the vent above my head vanished. The tiny clicks and beeps of relays and alerts and everything else that normally sang quietly in the background. Gone. The radio on the desk went to flat silence mid-sentence. Not a crackle, not a pop, just an open, empty hush. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I could hear the tiny shift of cloth as I turned my head. The squeak of my chair as I leaned forward sounded wrong, too loud, and too clear, as if someone had put a microphone against the metal joints. My eyes jumped back to the wall clock. The red second hand was lined up perfectly on the 12. For the briefest fraction of a moment, it sat there not ticking. It was so slight I might have imagined it. Just as my heart started to pound harder in my chest, the hand jerked down to the one and the room, breathed. Sound came back in a rush. The vent resumed its whisper. The equipment racks picked up their hum mid-note. The radio host was laughing at something the caller had said, his words pouring out, as if there had been no gap at all. The tunnel audio channel murmured with distant engines again. On the monitors, traffic moved. Snow swirled. The amber CO alert winked off. Everything was normal, perfectly, impossibly normal. I sat there, fingers hovering over the keyboard, both terrified and embarrassed by how shaken I felt. For a long few seconds, I did nothing but stare at the monitors, waiting for some kind of follow-up. An error message, a reboot screen, a flicker in the lights. Nothing came. The log showed no event at that time. No voltage dip, no sensor failure, no loss of camera feed. The ventilation index stayed flat. It was as if that gray film over the world had never existed. I checked the backup status window, the one that displayed the health of the recording system. All green, data streaming. No red flags, no gaps. Power fluctuation, I muttered to myself. You're tired. You blinked. It is amazing how quickly a human brain will try to pet its own fear into lying down. Somewhere down the stairwell, I heard a door open and close. Jason coming back up his boots, heavy on the steps. His coffee mug still sweated quietly on the console next to me, as if to prove time had not actually stopped. I was reaching to turn the radio down. Suddenly the caller's voice grated on me, when something else on the wall of screens caught my eye. On one of the mid-span cameras, a silver sedan was moving through the tunnel. Just an ordinary car in an ordinary lane, tail lights glowing. For the shortest possible slice of an instant, the car was there. Then it was not. The frame changed, and the lane behind it was empty. The next frame, it was there again, farther along, like someone had cut out a fraction of its journey and glued the remaining pieces back together. My stomach dropped. I grabbed the joystick and hit the replay button for that camera, backing the feed up 10 seconds, then letting it roll. The The footage played back smoothly. The sedan entered the frame, moved along, and exited. No stutter, no empty frame, no jump. I scrubbed back and forth, watching the same few seconds over and over. Each time on replay, the motion was a continuous glide, no missing piece. It was like trying to prove a magic trick you had only seen out of the corner of your eye. "Everything good?" Jason asked from the doorway. I jumped. His voice snapped the moment like a twig. "Yeah," I said too quickly. "Just checking a minor CO blip." "It's gone." He walked in, shivered, and grabbed his mug. "Figures. Vending machines out of the only decent chips," he muttered, as if the world had not just skipped a beat. He glanced at the monitors, then at me. "You look like you saw a ghost." "Just tired," I said. "Long night." He shrugged and sat down at his station. The radio host moved on to a new caller. The tunnel kept swallowing cars. The mountain kept standing there, pretending it was just rock. I opened my personal notebook, not the official log, but the cheap spiral one I kept in my bag for things that did not belong in a report, and wrote down the time, the words, "Gray freeze," and a quick note, "All feeds paused." No alarms, sedan blink, then I closed the notebook and slid it back into my bag, as if hiding the words could hide what I had just witnessed. I did not understand it then. I did not understand why the world had gone pale and soundless for exactly 1 second, or why the cameras and the clocks and the systems all agreed that nothing had happened at all. Back then, I told myself it was a coincidence, a trick of the eye and the ear during a slow, snowy night. Something weird, but not important. Now sitting in my Denver kitchen years later, listening to my refrigerator hum and my vent breathe and my elevator ding itself to sleep, I know better. That 1 second freeze was the first time something decided to see what would happen if it turned the world off. 2.1 Storm warnings and human shortcuts. If you have never driven the Rockies during a winter system, the weather alerts sound dramatic. If you have, they just sound tired. That week, the guys on TV were flashing their teeth in front of blue and red radar blobs talking about historic accumulations and whiteout conditions along the I-70 corridor. The ticker at the bottom of the screen scrolled through city names and expected inches. The mountain towns all had double digits next to them. The anchors did their fake sympathetic faces and then went back to lighter stories. For us, it translated into one simple thing: the mountain wanted a break, and the interstate did not. The emails started early. On Monday morning, right before I went to bed after a night shift, my phone buzzed with a high-priority message from an address that belonged to someone who had not been in a control room in years. The subject line was "Weather Event, Operational Expectations." The body was what you would expect. Due to anticipated snowfall along the I-70 corridor this week, please ensure all reasonable measures are taken to minimize tunnel closures. Every hour the tunnel is down costs the state X dollars in diverted traffic and stalled freight. Coordinate with CDOT plow teams, Colorado State Patrol, and Emergency Management to keep traffic moving whenever possible. There was a line about safety, of course. There is always a line. Something like safety remains our top priority. It was wedged between 2 bullet points about supply chains and holiday shipping demands. On the wall of our control room right next to the door, there was a laminated poster with a cartoon hard hat and the slogan in big red letters, "Safety First." When I came in that night, Jason stood in front of it with the email pulled up on his phone, reading the "Keep Traffic Moving" line out loud in a sarcastic announcer voice. "Safety first," he said, tapping the poster with his knuckle. Then he held up the phone like a second sign. Traffic first, safety somewhere down in the fine print. He tossed the phone onto his desk and sat down hard enough to make his chair squeak. The sound bounced around the room, and got swallowed by the hum of the equipment. I shrugged out of my coat, hung it on the back of my chair, and logged into the console. They always send something like that when snow is coming, I said. You know that. Yeah, he said. But it is never this blunt. He pointed at the monitors. On the east portal camera, the sky was already the color of old paper, the kind it gets before the light leaks out for the day. Fine, dry snow was starting to streak through the headlight beams. You know what happens when you tell guys who manage freight and money that closure is the enemy, he continued. They start playing chicken with a mountain that does not care if we exist, and we are the idiots sitting in the throat of it trying to keep the air clean. He had a point. Jason had been there the night a jackknife tanker had closed the tunnel for nearly 24 hours before I was hired. He liked to describe it in detail when he was in a dark mood, the way the smoke had crawled along the ceiling, the taste of it in the back of his throat. The metal taste you get when you realize you do not have as much control as the manual says you do. I had read the incident reports, watched the old training videos, grainy and washed out. But reading about something and sitting in the room while everyone above you tries to avoid a repeat for the wrong reasons are two different kinds of pressure. I sat down under my vent, feeling the familiar breath of conditioned air on the top of my head, and brought up the internal weather dashboard on one of the smaller screens. It pulled data from sensors along the corridor: wind speeds, temperatures, surface conditions. A little icon in the corner showed the status of the tunnel open green. It is not our call, I said more to myself than to him. We monitor, we report. If CO hits X, if visibility drops below Y, we close. Protocol, that is above us. Jason snorted. You keep telling yourself that when you are the one hitting the buttons, he said. Then softer. You got the kids' insurance through this gig, right? I glanced at him. Yeah. He nodded like he already knew the answer. Then yeah. You do what the protocol says. Just do not let them talk you into rewriting the numbers while you are sitting here. The mention of my son loosened something tight in my chest. On autopilot, I pulled my phone out and thumbed through the notifications. A couple of spam emails, a missed call from a number I recognized as my ex-wife's work, and a picture message. I opened it. My boy, 4 years old, sitting cross-legged in his pajamas on her living room floor. It was earlier that evening before his bedtime. His pajamas had tiny printed semi-trucks on them, lined up in rows gleaming with tiny chrome bumpers. In his hands, he was holding a yellow toy dump truck up toward the camera as if he was offering it to me. Under the picture, my ex had typed, he says, "Tell Daddy he wants to see the big tunnel someday." I stood there with the phone in my hand, watching the tunnel entrance on the monitor and my son's pajama trucks on my screen at the same time. When my break came, I stepped out into the tiny, stale-smelling break room next to the control room and called them. The fluorescent light in there buzzed louder than in the main room, like it had its own anxiety. The microwave on the counter ticked a glowing green 1200 that never changed because nobody ever bothered to set it. My ex answered on speaker. I could hear dishes clinking, a TV murmuring in the background. My son's voice came barreling through, "Daddy, are you in the mountain?" "Yeah, bud," I said, leaning against the counter, eyes closed. I could still hear the faint, muffled rush of the tunnel fans through the wall behind me. "I'm in the mountain. I want to see it," he said. "I want to see the cameras. I want to see the big fans. Maybe when things calm down," I told him. "When the weather is better. I will show you the control room. You can see all the screens." He made a happy noise on the other end. My ex said something about how that would be cool as long as it is safe. There was an edge in her voice she pretended not to have. After I hung up, I stood there for a few seconds longer listening. No freeway noise, no snow. just the building's own internal chorus, HVAC fridge, and old soda machine humming. It sounded contained, controlled. In a strange way, that room, that building, felt like the only place in my life that behaved the way it was supposed to. The rest of my world was a divorce I had not wanted, a custody schedule negotiated like a business contract, an apartment that did not feel like home yet. Out here, at least the fans turned when you told them to. The CO numbers meant something concrete. The hum was predictable. When I went back into the control room, the storm had stepped closer. The windows in the corridor rattled in their frames when the wind hit just right. On the monitor, the east portal camera showed swirling white that sometimes swallowed entire vehicles for a second, before spitting them out the other side of it. The tunnel itself felt by contrast almost cozy. Its steady light, its consistent temperature, its domesticated roar. An internal forecast bulletin had popped into the queue while I was in the break room. I pulled it up on one of the side screens. It was from one of the system engineers, the kind of guy who lived in spreadsheets and simulation models. The first paragraph was what I expected: projected snowfall, expected wind speeds, guidance for plow staging. Buried halfway down in a smaller font was a line that made my neck prickle: ventilation capacity reduced due to deferred maintenance on West Stack 2 and midsection damper 3. Recommend conservative operations during high traffic, extreme weather. I scrolled down. At the bottom of the bulletin was a forwarded response from someone higher up the ladder, time-stamped just a few minutes after the engineer had sent it. Noted: given freight and military logistics this week, tunnel must stay operational as much as possible. Adjust thresholds as needed, but avoid full closures unless absolutely necessary. Keep traffic moving. The words sat there in black and white in the same font as every other bland directive, but they felt heavier. Like someone had reached into the lungs of the mountain and loosened a bolt, then told us to just breathe a little faster to make up for it. Outside, the wind hit the building hard enough to make the glass in the control room shiver. The racks hummed. The vent above my head sighed. The poster on the wall by the door still said safety first. The email said something else. Two malfunctions that were not malfunctions. In a perfect world, machines brake loudly. They spit smoke, throw sparks, flash red, make people shout, and yank power switches. You know when something has failed. The week the storm came in, nothing broke like that. Everything that went wrong did it quietly, like it was trying not to wake anyone up. The first thing was a CO sensor in the middle of the tunnel. Sensor 23. I remember the number because I wrote it so many times afterward. It happened on a Tuesday night, sometime after 1 a.m. I was under my vent in the control room, half listening to Jason complain about his ex-wife, and half watching a semi-struggle up the grade on one of the center cameras when a small square on the ventilation panel flashed yellow. CO 2341 ppm. That was higher than its usual baseline, but nowhere near a real alarm. I tapped into its history out of habit. Its line on the graph jumped up, plateaued for a second, then slid back down as if someone had patted it on the head and told it to calm down. The neighbor sensors, 22 and 24, barely moved. Probably some old piece of junk truck idling too long under that head, Jason said when I pointed it out. Or some idiot riding his brakes all the way through. Still, the pattern bothered me. It was too clean. A neat spike and drop like a test. We logged it. Noted minor CHO burst. 23, no persistent rise. The next afternoon, my night, the world's day, a tech from the maintenance team called me while I was making coffee in my kitchen. He had gone out to physically check sensor 23. Dust, he said like a punchline. Spider webs, maybe. These things get dirty. It read high when I blew on it. I swapped the cover, cleared it. You're fine. He ended the call with a shrug I could hear. Dust on a sensor is not a horror story. It is barely an anecdote. The second thing happened the night after that. It was just before midnight. The storm warnings had upgraded from event to impactful event. On the monitors, the snow at the east portal had thickened into a slow, heavy curtain. You could see it swirling in the headlights, getting pulled into the tunnel mouth like smoke. I was scrolling through the camera feeds, checking each frame for anything obvious. A stalled car, a pedestrian, something wrong with the lighting, when one of the mid-span screens went black. Not gray, not frozen black. The little label at the bottom of the square vanished. For a heartbeat, there was just a rectangular hole in the wall of images. Then a logo flashed up, the manufacturer's name, and a loading bar. The time code in the corner read 00000. The bar crawled across white on black, and then the tunnel snapped back into view. Curve of concrete, overhead lights, and empty lane. "Did you see that I asked louder than I meant to?" Jason glanced up. "See what camera 27 just rebooted." He looked at the grid, shrugged. "Looks fine now. Firmware update, maybe. They push that garbage in the middle of the night whenever IT feels like it." There was no notice, I said. No message. He nodded toward the racks. "If it didn't set anything off, it's not our problem. If it stays on, it's not our problem. Half the stuff they do now goes through some server 300 miles away before it gets up there." The equipment, for its part, did not offer an opinion. The fans kept humming. The status lights stayed green. It should have ended there. One glitch, then another. Dust and firmware. But there was something else threaded through those days, thin and hard, to prove the hush. It was like what I had felt that night with the grocery store caller on the radio, but smaller, meaner. A sliver instead of a block. A CO sensor would spike, and for a fraction of a second, I would feel the air from the vent above me hesitate like someone pinched the duct shut and then let go. The radio would stutter between words, not static, just blankness. The equipment racks would miss a beat in their chorus. It was so brief that I could not have timed it with a watch, but my body heard it. My shoulders would tense. My fingers would lift off the keys. Once, when the mid-span camera rebooted, I could have sworn the fluorescent lights overhead lost their buzz and then picked it up again in the exact same note. I kept telling myself I was jumping at shadows I could only hear. After a shift like that, it was almost a relief to go home to a different set of noises, even if they were cheaper and more pathetic. Back then, before I moved to Denver, I rented a one-bedroom in the little town 15 minutes down the road from the tunnel. It was one of those low-tired buildings near the gas stations and fast food places put up in the 70s, when insulation was more of a suggestion than a science. The hallway carpet always smelled a little damp, no matter how many air fresheners the landlord plugged into the outlets. My unit had that same smell baked in. Old spills, wet boots, a hint of mildew that no candle could completely erase. The refrigerator was a compact off-brand thing that rattled in a higher radiator register than the industrial hum at work. Its feet were uneven, so every time the compressor kicked on, it made a little clack against the linoleum. The heater was a wall-mounted gas unit in the living room, painted the same beige as everything else. When it lit, it went whoomp in a way that always made me think of those safety videos where houses explode. Sometimes in the dead of night, it would cough and click, then go quiet for a long time before deciding to work again. It did not take a genius to look at that thing and think carbon monoxide. One afternoon on my way home, still thinking about Sensor 23 and all the invisible things that can fill up a space, I stopped at a Walmart off the highway and picked up a cheap CO detector. Just a plastic puck with a little LED and a test button, maybe $20. I popped it out of its clamshell, stuck the mounting bracket on the living room wall with the screws it came with, and clicked the detector into place above the heater. For peace of mind, the packaging had said. That night after my shift, I lay on my thrift store couch in front of the TV with my work laptop open on my stomach. I was watching old footage of the tunnel skipping from night to night looking for, I do not even know what, patterns, missing frames. That gray freeze again. The springs in the couch complained every time I shifted my weight, a tired creak in the quiet room. The little fridge chattered in the kitchenette, cycling on and off. Somewhere outside, a train horn moaned, muffled by distance and snow. The heater breathed in its uneven rhythm. I must have been drifting, eyes half open on the tunnel feed, when the CO detector beeped. Just one short, sharp chirp. I froze. The heater was running. The window was closed. The little green LED on the detector stayed solid. No flashing, no numbers, no voice barked at me to get out. Just that single questioning sound still hanging in the air. I sat up, heart suddenly too big for my chest, and stared at the thing. 5 or 6 seconds passed. It chirped again. I got off the couch, crossed the room, and stood right under it. Up close, it looked cheap. The plastic was lighter than it should have been. The test button felt flimsy under my finger. I pressed it. It went through its little self-check routine, beeping in a neat documented pattern, then fell silent with the green light still steady. I went to the kitchen drawer, dug out the folded instruction sheet I had tossed there earlier, and smoothed it on the counter. It listed alarm patterns, chirp patterns for low battery, for end of life, for malfunction. None of them were 2 random beeps, and then nothing. I changed the battery anyway, popping the back off the unit and swapping in a fresh one from the package. When I put it back on the wall, it was quiet. Cheap junk, I muttered, but my voice did not have much conviction. I went back to the couch. The tunnel footage glowed on my laptop, pale and distant. I could hear the hiss of air in the microphones, the occasional thump when a truck hit a joint in the road. A few minutes later, the detector chirped again. This time, everything else in the room stopped with it. It was subtle, but once you hear the hush, you cannot unhear it. The fridge silent. The heater no flame, no gas whisper. The pipes in the wall no ticking. The train horn outside cut off mid-note like a singer whose mic has been yanked. Even the low, constant buzz of the building's electrical bones faded for a heartbeat. In that bare second, the beep from the detector stretched out in my ears, thin and pure, and then snapped off. Then the room remembered its lines. The fridge clacked back into its noisy cycle. The heater sighed and popped. Somewhere down the hall, a door slammed. I got up so fast, the couch springs groaned in protest. My skin felt too tight. I wanted to yank the detector off the wall and throw it out into the snow, but instead I ripped it down, popped the battery out, and set the dead plastic shell face down on the counter. Peace of mind, I said to the empty room. The rest of the night I stayed awake longer than I should have, listening. For the hush, for another chirp, for anything that said this was just bad wiring and thin walls and my own frayed nerves. The next night, back at the control center, I did what I always did. When something bothered me, I checked the log. I pulled up the system history for the exact time my cheap detector had beeped. Down to the minute, then down to the second. At that exact moment inside the tunnel, sensor 23 had registered another brief rise. A little spike up, a little fall back. Not enough to hit a warning threshold, not enough to set off alarms. Just a sharp breath in graph form. The note beside it from the daytime supervisor was short, sensor burp, ignore. That is what we called it when a sensor blipped and then behaved. A burp, a hiccup, a nothing. Sitting there under my vent with the hum of the mountain wrapped around me, I stared at that word on the screen and thought about the way my own apartment had gone still around a single solitary beep. Dust on a sensor. firmware updates, burps. That is what we called them until they called us something back. 2, 3. The one meeting I should have pushed. Harder. 2 days before the storm really arrived, they called a safety meeting. You can always tell when a meeting is more about optics than solutions by the donuts. This one had the cheap supermarket kind. Too sweet, half-stale powdered sugar already melting into the cardboard box. Someone had poured coffee into a big silver urn that had seen better decades. The room itself was one of those multi-purpose spaces every state building has low-ceiling fluorescent tubes, humming stackable plastic chairs, a long table dragged to the front to pretend it was a stage. The projector was older than half the people in the room. It sat on a rolling cart fan, whirring loud enough that you had to raise your voice a little to be heard over it. The image it threw onto the pull-down screen was slightly yellowed, the edges darker than the center like a memory. I took a seat halfway back near the wall. From there, I could see the door, the screen, and the clock above it. Jason slid into the chair next to mine, a paper plate with 2 donuts balanced on his knee. He had his vest halfway unzipped, his ID badge flipped around so his face wasn't staring up at him. Think they're going to tell the snow to stop out of respect for the freight budget, he muttered. I didn't answer. The projector fan kicked up a notch louder, rattling faintly in its plastic shell. Someone tugged the blinds down over the narrow windows, and the room sank into that dim humming light that never feels like real daytime. At the front, one of the supervisors cleared his throat and tapped the microphone that didn't actually work. "All right, folks, let's get started," he said anyway, his voice carrying fine without it. "We just want to go over some scenarios ahead of the weather this weekend, make sure we're all aligned on protocols. Nothing new, just refreshers." The first few slides were exactly what I expected. Tidal winter storm procedures, bullet points co-thresholds, lane closure criteria, fan ramp-up guidelines. The same phrases we heard every year reshuffled to look fresh. The sound in the room layered up the projector fan's steady whine, the fluorescent ballast buzzing overhead chairs, creaking as people shifted the occasional crinkle of donut wrapper. Someone's pen clicked over and over. Then they handed it off to one of the younger system engineers. I had seen his name in emails, but never in person. He was mid-20s, skinny, with the kind of posture that said he'd spent more time in front of a computer model than in a tunnel. He wore a plaid shirt and a tie that didn't quite match. Good morning," he said, clicking to the next slide. "I'll keep this brief. I just want to walk you through some simulations we ran for high-traffic, low-ventilation scenarios." The slide was a graph, lines overlapping colored bands, numbers along the axis, the sort of thing that made supervisors' eyes glaze over. "This model assumes the reduced capacity we talked about in the last bulletin." He continued tapping a finger against the West Stack on the diagram. West Stack 2 offline for maintenance partial restriction at midsection damper 3. Under normal conditions, our redundancy covers that. Under storm conditions with higher truck volume and lower ambient temperatures, we start to see some tighter margins. He clicked. The graph shifted the colored line for CO concentration rising faster, steeper. Here he said, if we experience any delay in ramping the fans up to compensate, even just a few minutes, CO levels in the midspan can reach thresholds that our current protocol does not fully account for. "Define delay," someone in the front row said. An older guy from Operations Gray at the Temple's Arms folded. "Anything that slows our response to actual conditions," the engineer said. "Sensor lag, decision lag, even data lag between what's happening in the tube and what you're seeing in the control room." The model assumes ideal communication. In reality, these models always assume the worst another older tech cut in. A small ripple of dry laughter moved through that side of the room. You feed them bad coal and dead trucks, they spit out end-of-world charts. We've been running this thing for decades. We know what it can handle. The engineer smiled tightly, used to this. I get that, he said. And I'm not saying we're going to hit these exact numbers. I'm saying the shape of the curve changes. You have less time between this is okay and this is bad. And with reduced ventilation capacity, that window can shrink faster than you're expecting. It may be worth considering more conservative thresholds for closures during peak storm periods. Conservative closures don't pay for themselves, someone muttered. At my side, Jason shifted. His chair squeaked a harsh little cry in the monotone air. I raised my hand. Not high, just enough. The supervisor at the front nodded. Yeah, how much lag are we actually talking about, I asked. Between the tunnel and what we see data-wise. The young engineer seemed relieved to have a question that wasn't dismissive. On paper, it's near real time, he said. Sensor data is polled multiple times per minute. Camera feeds are continuous. The system is designed so you're seeing what's happening almost as it happens. In practice, I said. He hesitated. In practice, there's always some delay, he admitted. Network traffic, processing, logging. But we're talking a couple of seconds at most. You would never see a whole second of gray screen or complete loss unless you had a power issue, and that would show up all over your logs. You'd know. My fingers tightened on the cheap pen they had given us. The projector fan hummed steady, blowing warm air over its own circuits. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, a long, insect-like drone. A chair scraped the floor somewhere behind me, a jagged screech, and then silence. In my head, I was back in the control room, watching the monitors go pale, listening to the building inhale, and then hold it, feeling the second hand on the clock, poised on the 12 for just a fraction too long. You would never see a whole second of gray screen. You would never. It would be so easy, I thought, to speak up, to say I did. I saw it. Twice. The screens froze and the hum stopped and there is no record. And then what? The image came just as easily. A room full of men in state polos, trading looks over paper cups of coffee. Someone chuckling, someone rolling their eyes. You felt the world stop for a second. Get some sleep, man. Jason's elbow bumped mine lightly. A wordless, you going to say something. I swallowed it. Swallowed the hush, the gray freeze the way my own apartment had mimicked it, with a bargain bin detector on the wall. Instead, I cleared my throat and asked, what about the logs? If there's a delay, is it baked into what we see after the fact? Or would we see gaps? The engineer shook his head. The logging system interpolates, he said. If it misses a data point, it fills it in with the last known good value or the next one. That's why your graphs are so smooth. It prevents false alarms from momentary drops or spikes. Smooth graphs, no gaps, no proof. Like I said, he added, trying to make a joke out of it, you'd know if the world stopped for a whole second. A few people chuckled. The projector fan whined as he clicked to the next slide. On the screen, colored lines rose and fell, controlled disasters contained inside axes and labels. The rest of the meeting blurred into a mix of bullet points and acronyms. Evacuation times, coordination with state patrol, chain law enforcement. Someone asked about overtime, someone else about bonus pay if the storm was bad enough. I heard it all through a layer of muffled sound, like my ears were full of snow. The fluorescent lights buzzed on. The projector fan whirred until someone finally hit the power button and it wound down with a high, tired sigh. Chairs scraped back in uneven choruses as people stood stretched, tossed plates and cups into an overflowing trash bag by the door. Jason and I walked out into the hallway together. Out here, the hum was different. Ventilation for offices, printers, distant phones. So he said, "You going to start campaigning for more closures?" I asked. "About data lag," I said. He shot me a sideways look. "Yeah, I heard. What if the world stops for a second?" I didn't say that I protested. "You almost did." He smirked, then softened a little. "Look, man, we're not paid enough to worry about what if the world stops for a second. We look at the numbers. We push the buttons when they cross the lines. We go home. If something's wrong with the universe that's above our grade." I forced a laugh. It came out thin. "Yeah," I said. "Above our grade." In my head, his sentence planted itself like a signpost, something to pass again later when I was walking back through the wreckage. There was a day I could have raised hell about that 1 second gray. I could have stood up in that humming little room under that buzzing light and that wheezing projector and said, "No, listen to me. I have seen this happen, and your models are underestimating how fast things can go wrong." I did not. I took my hand off the alarm rope because I did not want to be the crazy one in the donut meeting, and because I needed to keep my insurance, and because it is always easier to believe you imagined the worst than to say it out loud in front of other people. Sitting here now, years later, in a different building with a different vent breathing on my head, I keep circling back to that room, to that graph, to the way the engineer said you would never with such certainty. There was a day I could have raised hell about that 1 second gray. I did not. That might be the reason 11 people never made it out of that tunnel. 3.1, January 18th, 10:02 p.m. January 18th is the date the lawyers and reporters care about. For me, it is the time that matters, 10:02 p.m. That is what the analog clock on the control room wall said when I swiped my badge and walked in for the start of the shift that would eventually own my life. I did not need to remember it. My brain branded it into me anyway. Outside, the storm was still in that early deceptive stage where it looked more pretty than dangerous. The sodium lights in the staff lot threw their dirty orange glow down on the asphalt, catching the snow as it blew sideways in long, thin sheets. Each flake flashed bright, then vanished into the dark. My pickup sat under it all, already wearing a thin crust of ice along the edges of the windshield that the wipers could not quite reach. When I stepped out of the truck, the cold hit the inside of my nose like a chemical. It smelled like metal and wet concrete, and the distant exhaust of engines working too hard in the thin air. Down below, the tunnel entrance roared and hummed its sound, thrown up in scraps on the wind. A truck downshifting a horn, blaring once the rumble of tires on wet pavement. The control center door stuck, as always. I had to yank it hard enough that the metal frame thunked against the jamb, the noise echoing up the stairwell. Inside, the air was warmer than outside, but not exactly comfortable. It carried the smell of burned coffee and hot dust from electronics. That particular scent you only get in rooms that are full of machines left on too long. The hallway fluorescents buzzed overhead. As I made my way down to the main room, my boots squeaking faintly on the vinyl floor. The closer I got, the more I could hear the layered sound of the control center. The low electrical hum, the drone of the HVAC, the faint hiss of audio feeds leaking from speakers. When I pushed the glass door open, it sighed in its track and let me into the throat of the mountain. Jason was already in his chair. He had his feet halfway up on the rung, leaning back just enough to make his chair complain. In the far corner of the room, a small TV sat on a shelf tuned to a football game. The picture was muted, the colors overly saturated, players in bright uniforms colliding in slow motion. The volume was low enough that only the murmur of crowd noise bled into the room. A distant, constant roar underneath the higher, thinner sounds of the equipment. "Look who decided to come save Colorado's commerce," Jason said, without looking away from the wall of monitors. "Traffic first," I said, dropping my bag under my desk. "Safety somewhere in the fine print." He made a low noise that might have been a laugh. One of the coffee pots on the side table burped out its last ounce, the smell drifting through the room like something scorched. I shrugged out of my coat, feeling the familiar breath from the vent above my station as soon as I sat down. The air brushed the back of my neck, cool and steady. My fingers found the keyboard without looking. Badge swipe. Credentials. The main console woke up under my hands, the panels lighting into their usual puzzle of colors and numbers. 10:02 p.m. glowed on the digital clock in the status bar. The analog clock on the wall agreed. Before I even did my initial sweep, my phone buzzed in my pocket. The specific vibrating pattern I had set only for one number. I glanced at the cameras quickly. Lane's clear lights on no alarms yelling at me. Then stepped back into the short hallway between the control room and the break room where the hum was a little softer. It was my ex-wife. I answered, and the screen filled with my son's face before I could say anything. His hair was a sleep-tousled mess, his cheeks flushed from whatever game he had been playing. He was wearing new pajamas, navy blue covered in little printed trucks lined up side by side, all of them, with tiny silver stripes for headlights. "Daddy, look," he said, backing up from the camera so I could see the full effect. He pointed to his leg. "These ones are the mountain trucks. They go up the big tunnel." His mom laughed faintly off screen. "He insisted on calling them that when we bought them," she said. I tried to smile even though something about the words "big tunnel" made the base of my skull feel tight. "Those are some serious trucks, bud," I said. "You ready for bed?" "No," he said immediately. "Are you in the mountain?" "Yeah," I said. "I just got here." "Can I see the cameras?" he asked. "Not tonight," I said. "I have to work, but later when things calm down, I'll show you. I'll call you tomorrow, okay? After my shift." He made a little disgruntled sound, but nodded. Over his shoulder, the TV in their living room flashed cartoons, and I could hear the soft clatter of dishes in the sink. The sounds of a world that expected to be there in the morning. "Love you, Dad," he said. "Love you too," I told him, and the call ended. As soon as the line went dead, a small, queasy feeling settled low in my stomach. There was no reason for it. This was routine, but something in the way he had said "big tunnel" and how bright the trucks on his pajamas looked rubbed wrong against the image on our portal cameras. Those same kinds of vehicles fighting through thickening snow. I slid my phone back into my pocket and returned to my station. The hum of the control room wrapped around me again like white noise trying to smother a bad thought. On the main monitor, the east portal feed showed the storm stepping up its pace. Snow pushed across the road in ghostly sheets swirling around headlights. Plow trucks flashed their amber lights at the margins, scraping slush away as fast as it fell. The internal radio on the console crackled, then popped into clarity with a voice I recognized. Carl, one of the older guys, posted at the west portal hut. The connection carried a thin wind sound under his words. "Control, this is west," he said. "We're getting some nasty gusts out here. Visibility dropping on the approach. Might want to think about dialing the speed down before someone spins it." Jason tapped his mic. "Copy that, west. Stand by." He looked over at me. "You want to do the honors?" I nodded and brought up the speed limit control panel. The cursor blinked over the current setting, 55 for the tunnel. Outside, the portal's signs read higher, but in the tube we kept it lower in weather like this. I selected the next step down, 45. My fingers moved from key to key, confirming the change. The system made me click through a brief hierarchy of warnings. Weather event, yes. Low visibility, yes. Then it let me send the command. When I hit enter, the panel answered in its usual language. Small relays somewhere in the cabinets behind us clicked a staccato series of tiny metallic taps. The fans up in the ceiling of the building shifted just slightly, as the HVAC compensated for whatever power draw the system had just redirected. On the far wall, one row of indicator lights flickered from one pattern to another as the message went out to the physical signs near the tunnel. The sound of the control room changed by half a shade. Not louder, not quieter, but different, like a chord adding a note. I glanced at the CO display without thinking. It was habit. 18 ppm in the midspan. Well within the safe band. A flat, calm green line. My shoulders loosened a notch I hadn't realized was tight. For the moment, the numbers matched the story I wanted to believe. Speeds down, I told Carl over the radio. 45 through the tube. Plows getting any backup? Not yet, he said. A gust of wind blasted into his microphone, making the speaker crackle. They're saying another unit is coming from the east, but you know how that goes. We'll manage. Copy, I said. As I took my finger off the transmit button, my gaze slid over the grid of cameras out of habit. East portal, west portal, mid-span service bay, emergency turnouts. All of them doing their jittery, grainy thing, headlights smearing through falling snow. And then for just a blink, one of the interior tunnel feeds went gray. It was not the full, suffocating freeze I had seen before. It was less than that, if that makes sense. Just one frame of slightly lighter, slightly flatter image, like someone had laid tracing paper over the screen. The motion underneath stopped, then resumed before my brain had fully registered it. A car that had been halfway through the frame was suddenly 3 feet farther. The snow streaks in the air jumped an inch. My eyes snapped back to that square. The tunnel was there. Lights on. Lane clear. The time code in the corner counted on smooth as a heartbeat. Did you see that? I asked. See what Jason said, not looking away from his tiny football players. Camera 18, I said. It flickered. It's 100 cameras going through old wiring in a storm, he said. They're going to flicker. You're jumpy tonight, man. Maybe I was. I checked the logs. No entry for video loss. No mention of a reboot. The sensors all read steady. 18 ppm, 19 back to 18. The numbers hummed along in their neat little rows, telling me they had everything under control. I leaned back under the vent and closed my eyes for half a second. The air above my head flowed cool and constant. The equipment racks purred. The muted football crowd murmured. The storm shook the glass just enough to remind us it was still there. The little gray frame, that half-second bruise in the picture, faded quickly into the list of things I decided not to fixate on. Later, when I would try to reconstruct the night second by second, for people whose job it was to measure blame, they would ask me if I had noticed anything unusual before the truck died and the tunnel turned against the people inside it. I would think about that flicker, that tiny, deniable gray, and say nothing we hadn't seen before. 3.2, disabled vehicle, right lane. If you have ever driven through a mountain tunnel late at night, you know the feeling when you see hazard lights up ahead, the way the red flashes strobe against bare concrete, turning the inside of the mountain into a long, pulsing wound. For us in the control room, the first sign was not light, it was text. At 11:37 p.m., the event panel at the bottom of my main screen chimed once and filled a new line in bright amber disabled vehicle, right lane, inside tunnel. The system tagged it automatically. A vehicle not moving for too long under one of the interior cameras. Speed differentials on the loop sensors, all the math done by computers we never saw. Here we go, Jason said under his breath. He was already leaning forward, his chair finally giving up its recline. I clicked the alert. One of the mid-span camera windows enlarged itself on the main display, swallowing 3 others. The image sharpened as the system zoomed that feed in. A blue Freightliner sat dead in the right lane, maybe 2/3 of the way through the tunnel. Hazard lights blinked steadily at the rear orange reflections flickering along the wet pavement. You could see the sleet on the truck's skin streaks of white and gray under the harsh tunnel lights. The cab was slightly skewed toward the shoulder, as if the driver had tried to limp it over and then given up. Other vehicles were still flowing around it. Sedans, SUVs, another semi grinding past in the left lane, its trailer throwing a mist of dirty spray as it went by. "Carl, you see that on your end?" Jason asked into the radio, his voice suddenly all business. "Yeah," came Carl's voice from the west portal, tinny with wind. "Saw him losing steam a minute ago. He coasted to the shoulder, but not enough room. Right lane's pinched. Any smoke? Any visible leak?" I asked. My eyes were already flicking over to the CO panel. Mid-span read 22 ppm, higher than earlier, but still in the fat green comfort zone. "Nothing obvious," Carl said. "No flames, no steam, no fluid under him that I can see. Just dead in the water." Jason shot me a look that said, "You know what comes next." I was already picking up the phone that tied us directly to dispatch. The towing unit on call for our stretch of the interstate answered on the 3rd ring. The guy's voice sounded like coffee and cigarettes and years of missed sleep. When I gave him our location and situation, he let out a low whistle. "Roads out here are garbage right now," he said. "I can start rolling, but I'm coming from east of you. Plows are already stacked up. You're looking at bare minimum 30-40 minutes if nothing else goes sideways. That truck is blocking the right lane," I said. "We'll get signs up. Just get here as fast as you can." Highway Patrol was next. Similar answer. Units spread thin calls, stacking up. They could try to get someone staged at one portal, but the tunnel was ours for the next half hour at least. While I talked, Jason had called the on-call manager, the man whose name would end up in every report. He held the handset between his shoulder and ear eyes on the camera feed, mumbling quick summaries. "Disabled semi-mid-span right lane," he said. "Tows 30 to 40. Patrol delayed. COs in the low 20s. Storms ramping up outside, but traffic's still moving." There was a pause as he listened. I watched the Freightliner's hazard lights blink on and off, the only sign that whoever was in that cab was still trying to be seen. Jason covered the mouthpiece. "He wants us to go inside," he said. "Inside," I repeated, even though I knew what that meant. "Walk it," Jason said. "Check for leaks, talk to the driver, make sure he's not sitting on a ruptured tank or something. He says, and I quote, 'Keep traffic moving if you can.'" He rolled his eyes just a little at that. "We'll put the lane closure sequence in, but they really don't want a full shutdown." I looked at the CO numbers again. 22 ppm ticking to 24, then back down to 23. Nothing that would trigger an automatic ventilation alarm. "We at least boost the fans," I said. "Yeah," Jason agreed. Into the phone he said, "We'll kick ventilation to storm mode and do a walkthrough." Yeah, we'll call if it looks bad." "Copy." He hung up. For a second, we just sat there in the humming room, looking at the blue truck trapped in a concrete throat that was never really meant to be gentle. Then I turned to the ventilation panel. "Boost," I said aloud, more to myself than to Jason. The boost fans option sat under a guarded toggle, the kind you had to flip up a little plastic cover to reach like a missile switch in a movie. I flipped the cover. The toggle gleamed dull silver under the fluorescent lights. My finger felt colder than it should have resting on it. I clicked it. The system asked me to confirm storm mode, yes, no. I hit yes. One row of LEDs along the top of the panel shifted green to amber, to a deeper, more insistent green as the command propagated. Up in the invisible stacks above the tunnel, the big axial fans began to spin faster. You could always tell from inside the control center when they ramped up a low rising vibration in the walls, the hum thickening by a half tone. The vent over my head exhaled with more force, cooler air pressing against my scalp. The audio feed from inside the tunnel picked up more roar, the sound of air being shoved through a concrete tube to flush out whatever the vehicles were breathing out. On the CO display, the numbers wobbled. 22, 24, 25, holding. Come on, Jason muttered. Do your job. I hit the final confirmation key, the one that locked the boost mode into place, and logged the change. The cursor blinked once on the screen, then stilled, and the world went gray. Every camera feed on the wall took on that pale, washed-out look. It was like someone had drained a little color out of the entire tunnel, every lane and ceiling and car, turning the same faint, foggy tone. The motion underneath it stopped. Hazard lights mid-blink stayed on. Falling mist froze into white streaks in mid-air. Headlights turned into flat discs. At the exact same instant, the sound left the room. The fans in the racks cut out. The vent above me stopped breathing. The rumble from the tunnel audio feed ceased. Even the distant, muted crowd noise from the football game in the corner died mid-swell, snuffed like a candle. I could still move. So could Jason. I know that because I remember turning my head to look at him and seeing him looking back at me, eyes wide, lips parted like he wanted to swear and could not quite find the word. It felt like someone had closed a thick door around us. The air in the room seemed heavier, like it had weight. My ears filled with pressure, the dull ache you get as a plane is descending, and nobody warned you to chew gum. On the wall, the red second hand of the analog clock was poised between numbers. The digital time code on the status bar read 23:37:12. Everything held for a beat that was too long and too short at the same time. Then the pressure popped. Sound crashed back in. The racks resumed their whir. The vent above my head exhaled like it had been holding its breath. The tunnel audio feed dropped us into the middle of an engine noise that did not quite match where it had cut out. The football crowd in the corner roared over a play we had missed seeing. The camera feeds blinked, and the tunnel started moving again. Hazard lights flashed. Snow streaked. Vehicles rolled. The wall clock's second hand ticked down to the 13. The digital time code obediently followed 23:37:13. A single second lost if you believe the clocks. My heart was trying to punch out of my chest. My hands hovered over the panel fingers, stiff and cold. "Did you?" I started. "I saw it," Jason said, voice low. "I definitely saw that." My eyes snapped to the CO panel. 26 ppm, 27, then 25, still below any automatic alarm. The line on the trend graph wiggled but did not spike. According to the numbers, the only thing that had changed was a modest bump in fan output. I pulled up the system log, scrolling to the exact second. 23:37:12, ventilation boost, active. 23:37:13, normal operation. No entry for video loss. No mention of signal dropout, camera reboot, audio interruption. No note saying the world had turned its face away from us for a heartbeat. The radio on the console crackled, and our manager's voice came through, clipped and impatient. "Unit 12, what's your status? You have eyes on that disabled vehicle." Jason pressed the transmit button before I could. His voice came out surprisingly steady. "Control here. Boost is active. CO is steady in the mid-20s. We've got visual on the Freightliner right lane hazards on. Tow and patrol are delayed. We're going to go in and check for leaks, talk to the driver." There was a pause filled with the low hiss of radio static. Then copy. "Go in, keep me posted. And keep traffic moving as long as those numbers stay in range." Probably just a glitch, Jason said when he let go of the button almost offhand, like it was a line from a script he did not quite believe. I wanted to say, no, that was not a glitch. That was the same thing I have been hearing and seeing for weeks. That was the world turning off to see what we would do. Instead, I nodded, because the other choice would have been to admit I was scared. And scared men in control rooms do not get trusted with decisions. We grabbed our reflective vests and radios ready to step out of the humming safety of the control center and into the tunnel's throat. On the monitors, the blue Freightliner waited under the fluorescent glare, a small island of stuck metal in a river of moving light. At the time, it was just a truck with its hazard lights on. Just another disabled vehicle on a bad weather night, one more entry in a system that had plenty of codes for things like that. I did not know then that the grayout that hit when I boosted the fans was the last moment I would ever see living, breathing strangers inside that tunnel on a camera screen. Everything I watched after that was either already too late or not quite as live as the numbers insisted it was. 3.3, entering the mouth of the mountain. The control room door closed behind us with a soft, rubbery thud, and the hum I had gotten so used to went muffled like someone had put a pillow over it. Out in the stairwell, the building sounded thinner. Just the echo of our boots on concrete steps, the faint rush of air in the vertical shafts, the wind pressing itself against the outer walls. We pushed through the ground-level exit and stepped back into the storm. Snow blew across the staff lot in ragged sheets, catching in the beams of the parking lot lights, making the whole world look like static. My pickup sat where I had left it now, with an extra crust of ice along the mirrors and wheel wells. Jason's breath puffed white in front of his face as he zipped his reflective vest higher and slapped his gloves against his palms. "All right," he said, voice too loud in the wind. "Let's go tell a trucker his night is about to get way worse." We climbed into the DOT pickup, white dented with the departmental crest half peeled on the door and an amber light bar bolted onto the roof. Inside, the cab smelled like old coffee wet gear and the permanent ghost of road dust. I turned the key. The engine coughed once, then caught the dashboard lighting up in a row of sleepy green and orange. The amber strobes flicked on with a switch, a soft mechanical clunk from the relay, then the distant rhythmic glow of their reflection on the snow outside bouncing off the windshield. I checked the handheld CO meter clipped to the dash, the same kind we took into the tunnel for close readings. Its display showed 3 ppm, the outside air in our lot practically pristine compared to what we were about to drive into. It was a useless comparison, but I watched that number the way some people watch their own pulse. Jason keyed the truck's radio. Control Unit 12 rolling from East Lot toward tunnel interior, responding to disabled Freightliner. My own radio, clipped to the front of my vest, hissed, and then carried the control room's reply in a slightly delayed echo. Copy Unit 12, came the voice of the tech we'd left inside, traffic still flowing around the vehicle. CO holding mid-20s. Keep us posted. We pulled out of the staff lot and into the short service road that paralleled the main eastbound lanes. Out there, the highway was a churn of headlights and slush big rigs shuddering as they climbed smaller cars, huddled in their wakes. Wind drove snow across the asphalt in long horizontal bands, like the road was being erased and redrawn every few seconds. Our pickup hugged the barrier as we merged onto the emergency lane that led straight toward the tunnel mouth. The amber bar pulsed over our heads, painting the concrete walls on either side in intermittent gold. As we approached the portal, the storm's noise built around us. Wind howling through the gaps in the structure, tires hissing on the wet surface, engines roaring as they bounced sound between rock faces. The tunnel itself loomed ahead, a huge black rectangle carved into the mountain edges, lit by harsh, white fixtures like a throat with fluorescent teeth. Every time Jason muttered, tightening his grip on the wheel. Feels like driving into something that could just decide to swallow you and be done with it. We crossed under the gantry that held the speed limit and lane control signs. The digital numbers we had changed to 45 glowed in a harsh, unwavering white. A few red X's burned over the right-hand lane farther in, signaling the closure around the disabled truck. I keyed my shoulder mic out of habit. Control Unit 12 entering East Portal. The radio answered with a crackle of static at the front and tail of the transmission, my own words coming back to me, smaller and thinner. The last piece of outside sound, the scream of the storm, cut off the moment our hood passed under the tunnel's lip. Inside, everything changed. The wild roar of wind vanished, replaced by the controlled roar of the overhead fans and the constant wet hiss of tires on damp concrete. The glass of the windshield went from blurred with blowing snow to clear, beaded with water droplets that the wipers now had a chance of handling. Tunnel lights stretched out ahead of us in perfectly spaced rows, long fluorescent bars running the spine of the ceiling. As we drove, they slid over the truck's hood and across the dash in even pulses, turning the interior into a slow-motion strobe. White shadow, white shadow. The sound of our own tires echoed back at us from the walls, doubled and redoubled, until it felt like we were moving inside the drum of some bored giant. Every honk from another car, every squeal of brakes bounced in from strange directions. The fans overhead thrummed in a steady mechanical rhythm, pushing thousands of cubic feet of air per minute past us, keeping the invisible filth of exhaust diluted enough that people could pretend they were just driving through a long, ugly hallway instead of a giant concrete lung. We slid into the rightmost remaining open lane, hugging the shoulder. Cars moved around us in the center, their drivers tense behind the wheel faces lit by dashboard glow and GPS screens. I saw one guy in a small sedan with his knuckles white on the steering wheel, jaw clenched, eyes flicking between the lane lines and the warning lights overhead. Another driver in an SUV had a child seat in the back, a sleeping shape bundled in blankets, small head lolling with every vibration. Most people did not look toward us. They were too busy keeping their own lines straight, wipers beating frantic time against the spray. The radio crackled with a brief update from the control room. Unit 12 traffic counts show moderate flow. Approach to mid-span looks good. CO holding 28. Copy, I said. I glanced down at the handheld meter. Inside the truck with the vents set to draw mostly cabin air, it read 9 ppm. The number looked harmless by itself. As we got closer to the center of the tunnel, something started to feel off. The flow of headlights in the oncoming lane stayed steady. The lights behind us remained a solid cluster in the mirrors. But up ahead, past the arc of our own beams, there seemed to be more empty space than the traffic logs had suggested. I expected to see a continuous line of red brake lights leading up to the hazard-blinking Freightliner. Instead, there were gaps, dark patches where the lane looked almost clear. "Does it look thin to you up there?" I asked Jason. "Maybe they're giving the truck a wide berth," he said. "Maybe control's numbers are playing catch-up. Maybe. Or maybe the tunnel was once again stretching time and distance into shapes it liked better." We eased off the accelerator as we neared the mid-span speed, dropping from 35 to 25 to something closer to a crawl. The tunnel ahead curved gently, swallowing our view. Somewhere past that bend, the Freightliner waited invisible but announced by the reflection of its hazard flashes, bouncing off the damp concrete orange glows, flickering on the ceiling and the far wall, then disappearing as if someone flicked a lighter on and off in a dark room. "Let's not park right on top of him," Jason said. "We'll stop back a bit, walk the rest. If there's a leak, I'd rather find out on my feet than inside a cab that turns into a coffin." "Copy that," I said, echoing reflexively. We pulled into the narrow emergency shoulder and rolled to a stop, the truck's tires crunching through whatever filthy slurry of melt and grit had collected there. Jason set the parking brake. The amber bar above us kept flashing, painting the walls in its slow, artificial sunrise. For a second, with the engine idling, we were in a strange bubble. Half inside, half outside, the stream of vehicles still moving past in the open lane. Their noise washed over us, then receded like waves hitting a breakwater. "Ready?" Jason asked. "Not really," I thought. "Yeah," I said. We opened our doors. Cold, recycled tunnel air poured in, smelling faintly of exhaust, wet concrete, and something else metallic and flat underneath it all. When my boots hit the pavement, the impact traveled up my legs in a sharp, physical jolt. It felt like stepping off a train into a different country. I shut the truck door behind me. The sound should have been a satisfying, hollow thump, the kind I had heard 1,000 times before. Instead, as the latch caught, the tunnel went quiet. It was so complete that I almost thought I had gone deaf. The overhead fans, which had been churning away moments before, went utterly still. The roar of passing vehicles cut off like someone had sliced the tape. Even the subtle, ever-present hiss of air moving through a space that large vanished. All that was left was the sharp, flat report of my own footsteps and Jason's rubber soles slapping against damp concrete. Each step landed too loud and too alone, echo bouncing off the curved ceiling and coming back with no background noise to blur it. The radio on my shoulder, which should have been carrying the murmur of control chatter, only whispered a faint, dry static, like someone rubbing a thumb over sandpaper miles away. I swallowed ears, straining for any hint of the fans spinning back up, any distant honk, any sound that said the world outside our bodies was still moving. The silence pressed on my eardrums with a kind of physical weight. My chest tightened, expecting a smell to follow. The bitter, invisible bite of gas building up in a space that had forgotten how to breathe. I lifted the handheld CO meter and watched the numbers flicker. 29, 30, 31, then it held steady. That was higher than the control room display, but still below the numbers that were supposed to mean panic. According to the manuals, 31 until T3. ppm was elevated but safe for limited exposure. My lungs did not believe manuals. Fans just cycled. Jason asked, voice sounding too clear, too close. Maybe I said. Maybe they just switched banks. We both knew the fans did not all shut off at once. They were designed not to. Redundancy. That was the whole point. Up ahead, the flicker of hazard lights from the Freightliner continued, orange pulses beating on the walls at regular intervals like a heartbeat in a machine that had otherwise flatlined. The reflections marched down the concrete, dimming with distance, then brightening again with every flash. "Let's move," Jason said. "We'll be standing here freaking ourselves out all night if we don't." We started walking, our boots making that same too loud slap with every step. The tunnel stretched ahead, a long, artificially lit artery where the blood had gone quiet. Every time my heel hit the ground, a tiny part of my brain expected the hush to shatter, for the fans to roar back, for tires to screech, for someone to lean on a horn. Nothing. Just our footsteps, the thin whisper of static from the radios, and the blink of those hazard lights stamping orange ghosts on the curved wall. If anyone ever tells you that silence is peaceful, they have never stood in the middle of a highway tunnel that has gone completely mechanically quiet. 4.1. The first parked cars. The first vehicle we came to was not the Freightliner. It was an SUV. A black Ford Explorer sat angled just enough toward the shoulder that it looked like the driver had started to get out of the way and then lost interest. Its hazard lights blinked in that steady, indifferent rhythm all of them shared. On, off, splashing dull orange onto the tunnel wall beside it. From a distance, it looked normal. Up close, nothing did. The windows were clouded over from the inside, a thin film of condensation blurring whatever was beyond the glass. Tiny droplets beaded and streaked down, catching the light in weak, silvery trails. The windshield wipers were frozen mid-arc halfway up the glass, like someone had turned them off between thoughts. Explorer Jason said mostly to mark it in his own head. Should have plenty of juice to keep running. We approached the driver's side. My footsteps bounced back at me in sharp, hollow echoes. In the absence of fans, in the absence of other engines, the sound of my boots on the concrete sounded wrong, like walking through a parking garage at 3 a.m. after a fire alarm test. I could hear my own breathing too, louder than I wanted, rasping a little at the edges. Inside my chest, it felt normal. In my ears, it sounded like it was being filtered through a layer of cotton. Jason rapped his knuckles on the driver's window. The sound was flat and heavy in the still air. Colorado dot. He shouted, leaning down so his face was close to the glass. You all right in there? No movement, no hand reaching for the handle, no shadow shifting inside. Up close, the condensation on the window made it harder to see. I wiped my glove across the glass out of habit, but the smear it left didn't improve anything. It just rearranged the blur. I could make out the basic shapes, a steering wheel, a headrest, something slumped in the driver's seat. Hey, Jason called again, louder. He hit the glass harder this time. Sir, ma'am, you okay? The third knock got an answer. Something hit the inside of the SUV with enough force to make the entire vehicle shudder. The impact came from somewhere around chest height on the cabin side, a solid, meaty thump that made the glass vibrate under Jason's hand and sent a shock up my spine. He staggered back a half step, swearing. I nearly dropped the handheld CO meter. My heart vaulted into my throat, pounding so hard it made my vision tighten at the edges for a second. Jesus, Jason hissed. Did you see I lifted my flashlight and shined it straight into the driver's window, squinting against the glare bouncing back at me? The cabin stared back empty in a way that made my skin crawl. The driver's seat was pushed back, the belt hanging loose against the pillar. The passenger seat had a fast food bag crumpled on it, drink cup tipped in the holder straw at an angle. There were no hands on the wheel, no face turned toward the light. If there was anyone in the back, they were slumped low enough that the headrests blocked my view. But there was no sign of something that should have been able to hit the glass that hard in the span of a heartbeat. No rising figure, no hand, no motion at all. Everything inside the Explorer was still, except for a faint trickle of moisture running down the inside of the windshield. That sound came from inside, Jason said, more to himself than to me. Before I could answer, a second thump came, not against the glass this time, but from below. A dull, heavy whump under the SUV, followed by a softer, dragging noise like something weighty had dropped onto the concrete and rolled a short way before stopping. It came from the shadowed space between the tires and the tunnel wall, the gap that was mostly darkness and road grime. I felt every hair on the back of my neck stand up, probably something shifting. I said automatically, even as my brain rejected the explanation. Toolbox, luggage, spare, felt too big for a suitcase, Jason muttered. I crouched anyway, angling my flashlight into the low gulf beneath the body. The beam lit up wet concrete, a sheen of blackened slush, the undercarriage crusted with road salt. Near the midpoint, something darker lay pressed to the ground. A long, irregular mass, indistinct in the harsh light edges, fuzzed by shadow. It did not move. It did not breathe. My mind supplied possibilities. I did not want tarp, dropped duffel, anything but the one shape I was really seeing in my peripheral vision. I kept the light moving, as if motion alone could blur it into something less specific. Anything Jason asked. Could be a bag, I said. Hard to tell from here. I straightened up faster than I needed to, knees popping audibly in the close quiet, my own joints sounding like they were trying to contribute to the soundscape we were missing. The handheld meter in my left hand blinked. 35 ppm. I tapped the casing with my thumb like that might teach it some manners. The number ticked up a moment later. 38. All these hazard lights, not one damn engine running, Jason muttered as we moved on. He was right. I had not noticed it consciously until he said it, but once he did, it was obvious. Every vehicle we passed had its hazards on their electronic blinkers clicking away somewhere under hoods that were stone silent. No low idle rumble, no cooling fan whir, no vibration through the ground, just light. The next car was a silver sedan nose inches from the Explorer's bumper. Its interior was dark enough that my first impression was emptiness, but when I angled my light, I caught the outline of a head tilted against the window, mouth parted slightly, eyes closed. "Sir," I called, pitching my voice higher. "Ma'am Dot, we need you to roll the window down." No response. Jason tried the door handle. It did not give. Locked. He rapped on the glass, then harder. The body in the driver's seat did not flinch, did not twitch, did not even seem to belong to the same category of things that responded to the world. My breath sounded too loud in my ears. Inhale, exhale a little faster now. It felt like drawing air through a filter. Resistance as if it had to squeeze through something before it reached my lungs. The CO meter bumped again. 41, then 43. We checked 2 more cars in quick succession. An older pickup with a toolbox in the bed. A minivan with a child's stuffed animal pressed up against the rear window, its fur matted from the humidity. In each one, the hazards burned. In each one, the engines were off. In each one, somebody sat slumped or sprawled in a way that suggested sleep if you were generous, and something else if you were honest. I deliberately kept my light from settling on faces for more than a heartbeat. Just enough to register occupancy, not enough to catalog expression. I told myself it was because we needed to move quickly. I knew it was because some part of me was not ready to know the exact way their mouths hung open or what color their lips were. Our footsteps became metronomes. Slap, slap, slap on the concrete. Each impact bounced up into my knees and hips, then back down into the floor. The tunnel was an amplifier, with the volume turned down on everything except us. My own breathing sounded closer now, like it was coming from just behind my ears. There was a faint rushing in my head that did not match the rhythm of my steps, like blood and static mingling. The meter crept higher in my hand. 47 ppm. 49. The air had changed in ways my lungs understood faster than my brain. It felt thicker, like walking through a room where someone had just blown out too many candles. There was the familiar sour tang of diesel, the heavy, oily smell that clings to truck corridors everywhere. But under it was something warmer and sweeter, a note that did not belong to fuel or concrete. Not rot, not yet just a density that made my tongue feel coated. Jason said nothing about it. Neither did I. We passed a compact SUV whose interior lights were still on battery, bravely offering up its last. In the glow, I saw a woman in the driver's seat, with her head tilted back, mouth slightly open, one hand draped over the steering wheel like she had fallen asleep mid-sentence. In the back, a child seat. The shape in it was turned away from us. My hand tightened on the CO meter hard enough that my knuckles hurt. 52 ppm. Control, this is Unit 12. Jason said into his radio as we walked, his voice a little flatter now. Be advised, multiple vehicles inside tunnel are stopped with occupants unresponsive. Engines appear to be off. Hazards only. Static hissed back at him, a thin, persistent whisper. After a second, the control room answered their words, faint like they were talking from the end of a long metal pipe. Copy Unit 12. CO midspan reading 29 ppm. Fans remain in storm boost. No alarms triggered. Can you confirm any visible signs of fire or damage? I looked around at the rows of motionless vehicles, the neat line they had frozen in. No crumpled fenders, no scorch marks, no shattered glass. Just a perfectly intact traffic jam that had decided not to be traffic anymore. Negative, Jason said. No fire, no visible damage. We have possible medical issues. Copy, the voice said, already half lost in static. Advise when you reach the Freightliner. I glanced up at the ceiling as we walked. The fans were enormous shadows above the lights' ringed mouths that should have been spinning, pulling poison out of the air and throwing it somewhere else. From down here, they were just dark circles set into the concrete, motionless, as if they were painted on. It's like somebody killed the power to the fans and the engines and left the batteries to finish the job, Jason said quietly. He was right again. We were walking through a space designed to be loud and moving and full of controlled violence. Combustion friction, hard rubber on harder rock. And it had all been shut off piece by piece until only the lights and our skepticism remained. The CO meter beeped once, a small, sharp sound. 57 ppm. The note of sweetness in the air thickened. I could feel the edges of a headache beginning behind my eyes, a pressure that pushed outward. We kept moving. Past the Explorer and the sedan and the pickup and the minivan and the SUV, past faces I tried not to fix in my memory, and hazard lights that blinked like false reassurance. The echoes of our footsteps stitched a path through the middle of it all, the only proof that anything in that tunnel still knew how to respond to gravity. Somewhere up ahead, the blue Freightliner's hazard lights continued to pulse against the curve of the tunnel, calling us forward. Behind us, there was still no sound of fans starting back up. No angry honk from an impatient driver. No distant rumble of fresh traffic entering the mouth of the mountain. No noise at all that did not come from us. 4.2. The Freightliner. The closer we got to the Freightliner, the more the tunnel seemed to tilt toward it. Up ahead, the blue truck sat like a beached ship in the right lane, angled just enough toward the shoulder that its trailer blocked most of the lane behind it. The hazard lights on its rear corners flashed steadily, 2 metronomes, keeping time for a song nobody else remembered. Each orange burst smeared across the damp concrete walls, turning the wet patches into slick, pulsing streaks. Our own footsteps beat a counter-rhythm slap, 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 echo chasing echo under the frozen fans. The air felt thicker here, warmer in a way that had nothing to do with comfort. Freightliner Cascadia looks like Jason said more out of habit than relevance. Nice rig. Or was? Training said we split one to the driver's side, one to the passenger, so we did. Jason veered left toward the lane, and I drifted along the tunnel wall, my shoulder almost brushing the cold concrete. As I passed the trailer wheels, my flashlight beam skimmed the heavy black tires, the chains slung uselessly over them, the splatter of road grime, and clotted slush, frozen in place. The handheld CO meter in my palm chimed once, a sharp little alarm. I glanced down. 63 ppm, 63, I called over to Jason, going up. Get your readings, and then we're not hanging out here, he said. His voice sounded slightly muffled, like he was talking through a hand over his mouth. We met again at the cab. The blue paint looked almost black under the tunnel lights, water streaks running down from the side mirrors. The truck's grille was inches from the back of a smaller sedan that had stopped in front of it. There was no impact damage, just an uneasy closeness, like they had both run out of decisions at the same time. The driver's door window was rolled all the way up. The inside of the glass shone with a thin sheen of moisture, but not as fogged as the smaller vehicles had been. I swung my light up and peered through. The driver was there, of course. He was slumped forward over the wheel head, tilted just enough that I could see the gray of his beard along his jaw. His arms draped down on either side of the wheel wrists, bent at angles that looked lazy, until you realized how long he must have been holding them that way. The seatbelt lay slack across his chest, not pulled taut like it would have been if he had jerked forward recently. If you wanted to, you could have told yourself he was asleep. Truckers catnap in worse positions. That's what I told myself for exactly 3 seconds. Behind his seat in the narrow bunk space, the essentials of his life on the road were crammed into the shadows: a crumpled blanket, a pair of worn-out sneakers, an open duffel with shirts spilling out. On the pillow propped against the bulkhead was a small plush bear. Tan fur, one ear slightly bent, a red ribbon that had seen better days tied around its neck. A lot of guys kept something like that. A reminder of home of a kid waiting somewhere of a time when sleep meant an actual bed. Sir Jason shouted, his voice unnaturally loud in the still air. He rapped his knuckles on the glass. "Colorado Dot, you okay in there?" The driver did not stir. The plush bear did not move. The only thing that changed was the hazard flash washing everything in orange, and then letting it fade. Jason hit the glass again. Harder. The knock made a deep, dull bonk muffled by the thickness of the door. "Come on, man. Open up for us." No reaction. He tried the handle. It did not budge. Locked. The CO meter beeped again, more insistently this time. 68 ppm, then almost as fast as I watched it, 74, 79. 79, I said quietly. There was a quaver in my voice I pretended not to hear. "It's climbing." Jason's jaw clenched. He unhooked his own meter from his vest to check. It agreed within a couple of parts per million. These weren't the bulk sensors in the ceiling averaged and smoothed. This was right here at head height, in the dead stillness of air that wasn't being pulled anywhere. We had masks in the truck. We weren't wearing them. Training said we had time in these levels. Training said a lot of things. "We don't crack his window yet." Jason said more to himself than to me. "We open that up, and we might be dumping the worst of it straight into our faces." "So we leave him?" I asked, hating how small the question sounded. We get out, we call it in as mass exposure. We get the tunnel cleared and ventilated hard. We come back with SCBAs and more than 2 idiots with flashlights, he said. We break protocol and pass out in here. We're just adding bodies to the count. The meter chirped again. 92 ppm. A solid alarm tone now, not the single polite chirps from before. That's when the horn blew. It came from behind us, slightly to the left, and it was so sudden and so loud in the dead air that my entire body flinched. The sound was a high, ragged blast from a truck horn that had not been used gently in its life. It tore down the length of the tunnel, bounced off concrete split, and reformed into a chorus of its own echoes. I spun around, heart jamming into my throat. 6 vehicles back from the Freightliner. A white box truck sat in the lane hazard lights, blinking just like the others. Its headlights, which had been off a moment ago, snapped on with the horn, 2 harsh cones of white boring straight into my eyes. I threw a hand up to shield them, squinting. In that glare, washed out and overexposed, I saw the silhouette in the driver's seat lurch forward. Not slowly, not like someone waking up, but like a puppet with its strings cut. The upper body folded down toward the wheel at the exact instant the horn went from nothing to full scream, as if whatever muscle control had been keeping the driver's hand off the center of the steering wheel had finally given out and dropped all at once. The horn did not stutter. It didn't pulse like an angry tap. It was one long, continuous howl, a sound born from dead weight slamming into the center of the wheel and staying there. "Shit," Jason spat. We're done. We're done. We gotta go." The horn echoed in the tunnel, multiplying itself into a shrieking metallic animal that lived in the walls. The CO meter howled along with it, matching its persistence with a steady alarm tone that drilled into my skull. 101 ppm 112, numbers that in training slides were red blocks labeled, "Get out now." Control Unit 12, possible mass CO exposure, repeat mass CO, Jason barked into his radio voice, almost lost under the horn. Multiple unresponsive occupants, ventilation appears offline or insufficient. We're retreating to vehicle. Recommend immediate closure, emergency response, full evac. The reply was buried under hiss and distortion. I caught fragments, copy, readings still, standby, like someone trying to talk from underwater. "I can break his glass," I said, nodding at the Freightliner's cab fingers, already reaching for the small rescue tool clipped to my belt. "We get him out, drag him back toward the portal. Maybe and breathe what he's been breathing for the last 20 minutes in a sealed box," Jason snapped. "We're not paramedics, we're tunnel rats. Our job is to stay alive long enough to tell people with oxygen tanks what happened." "I can't just walk away from him," I said. My voice sounded thin, even to me, reedy and far away under the twin screaming of horn and alarm. "You walk away from him, or you lie down next to him," Jason said. "Those are the options. Pick one." The horn's echo seemed to get inside my teeth, vibrating there. The plush bear in the bunk behind the Freightliner's driver hung frozen in my peripheral vision. Ribbon-limp, little stitched eyes reflecting hazard light. I looked down at the CO meter again. 129 ppm. That was not just elevated. That was a threshold where training videos started talking about headaches, nausea, unconsciousness in minutes. Jason grabbed my sleeve fingers, digging in through the vest. "Now," he said. "We go now." We started backing away from the Freightliner step by step, our boots slipping a little on the damp concrete, as if the tunnel was trying to hold us in place. The horn kept up its relentless wail behind us, bouncing off the curve of the ceiling, turning the whole space into a siren. I could feel the air pulling at my lungs now, not in gusts. There was still no movement from the fans, but in resistance. Every breath felt like drinking from a straw pushed into mud. My head throbbed. The edges of the hazard flashes smeared a little when I blinked. Just before we turned fully away, I glanced back through the Freightliner's side window one last time. The driver's head was still bowed over the wheel beard, gray against his chest. The angle of his neck looked worse now that I'd seen other people drop. His hands hung useless at his sides. But his mouth was not shut. In the harsh, flickering light, I could see his lips parted just a little. Not slack open like sleep, not clenched. There was shape to it, as if they had frozen mid-word. For a second, one poisoned, stupid second, I could almost see them forming a shape I recognized. Help. No. Please. Something ordinary and useless. I did not hear anything. Not a wheeze, not a whisper, not the faintest rasp of air moving out of his throat. The horn behind us screamed. The CO meter shrieked. My own heart crashed against my ribs. But whatever sound his mouth was meant to be making did not exist in the air between us. It was like trying to watch a movie with the sound turned off while every alarm in the theater went off at once. The one voice you wanted was the only thing the world refused to carry. Jason yanked my arm, breaking the moment. We turned and moved, half walk, half stumble back the way we had come, following our own echoing footsteps. The horn chased us loud and hysterical, stretching out behind like a tether we could not quite snap. Later, when I sat alone in my Denver kitchen, with the refrigerator humming and the clock ticking and the vent breathing like a living thing, that image would come back to me in the quiet. A man's mouth slightly open behind thick glass framed by hazard flashes trying to push a sound into a tunnel that had already decided to stay on mute. 4-3 collapse. And the last things I saw. We did not so much decide to run as get pushed into it by the air itself. 1 second we were backing away from the Freightliner, the horn screaming and the CO meters howling. The next, our bodies had switched into that clumsy, stumbling jog that people do when they are trying not to admit they are fleeing. The tunnel changed shape as we moved. The straight line of it started to feel wrong, like the concrete walls were bending outward and inward at the same time. The white bars of light overhead smeared into long, horizontal streaks whenever I swung my head. They stopped being individual fixtures and turned into one continuous neon spine that pulsed above us. My lungs burned. Every breath felt like I was trying to swallow a mouthful of wet cement. It did not hit all at once like drowning. It was more like realizing that each inhale took more effort than the last, that the air had gone from something you barely noticed to something you had to fight for. The handheld CO detector in my fist became its own little siren. The numbers jumped in jerky leaps that my brain struggled to process. 104 ppm, 113, 123. Each climb came with a sharper, more frantic tone. The beeping, which had started as a clean digital chirp, was warping along with everything else. It sounded stretched, distorted, like it was being played through a cheap speaker underwater. After a moment, I realized I could not tell where the detector's alarm ended, and the echo of the truck horn began. The two notes braided together high and low until they made one ugly mechanical scream that lived somewhere behind my eyes. Jason kept his radio pressed to his mouth as we moved, his other hand hooked in the back of my vest, yanking me forward whenever my legs forgot what they were for. "Control Unit 12, we are retreating to East Portal," he barked. His voice sounded like it was being shredded not by volume but by distance. "Repeat, retreating. CO is over 100 at foot level. We've got multiple non-responsive static drowned him out." I heard him talking clearer with my bare ears than I did through the radio speaker. His words bounced off the tunnel walls and came back at us in delayed fragments, layering over the thin, broken hiss of whatever was making it through to the control room. At one point, I was almost sure I heard my own voice repeating something I had said a minute earlier, but it was probably just the echoes colliding in my head. We passed another cluster of vehicles. On my left, a small silver car sat tight against the wall. Its hazards blinked, throwing slices of orange across its frost-dulled paint. For some reason, I glanced inside as we ran by. The whole family was there. I did not linger on their faces. I saw just enough two shapes leaned together in the front chins on chests, hair fallen forward. Another shape in the back seat belt crisscrossing a narrow torso. What my eyes locked onto, stupidly, was the child seat beside it. It was empty. The straps lay open, slack against the cushion. A small sticker with cartoon planets peeled up at one corner. For a half beat, the sight of that vacant seat hit me harder than any body could have. It was like a missing tooth in a mouth full of silence. "Don't look," Jason grunted. I wasn't sure if he was talking to me or himself. The horn finally stopped. Not by fading, not by someone lifting a hand, just gone. 1 second, the tunnel was full of that deranged metallic scream. The next, it was sliced clean away, leaving a ringing gap behind. The CO alarm did not get the memo. It kept wailing in my hand, a long, solid tone, now no breaks between blasts. 1 to 31 ppm, 138, 140. The numbers began to mean less and less as my head fuzzed out. They all lived in the same red part of the chart anyway. Without the horn, my own breathing became the loudest thing I could hear. Each inhale was a ragged drag, each exhale an ugly, wet-sounding push. It filled the space between my ears with a rhythmic whoosh that did not match my footsteps. My heartbeat had turned into a separate percussion section, pounding unhelpfully at my temples. Our boots slapped the wet pavement in a rhythm that got less coordinated with every yard. The sound of rubber on damp concrete had gone from sharp to soggy. Wet slap, as if the ground itself was softening under us. Somewhere between the Freightliner and the bend in the tunnel, the world lost its edges. The walls started to tilt a little, the curve looking more like a spiral. The lights overhead left long, tearing trails when I blinked, and those trails took half a second too long to catch up when I opened my eyes again. "I'm dizzy," I said, or thought I did. My voice came out 2 beats too late, like it had to fight through sludge to get into the air. "I've got you," Jason snapped. His hand clamped harder on my vest, jerking me upright when my knees buckled for the first time. "Keep moving. You see the portal almost there." I looked up. The tunnel ahead glowed a shade different. The monotone fluorescent white gave way to a kind of dirty orange gradient where the outside lights bled in. It was still too far to feel like safety, but it looked like something that wasn't this. My vision tunneled. Literally this time. The sides of what I could see darkened, leaving just a narrower and narrower strip in the center where Jason's back and the faint promise of the portal bobbed. My peripheral vision filled with little sparkles of light that had nothing to do with hazard flashes. We passed under one of the wall-mounted cameras. I remember that because of the jump. The camera housing was a gray metal box bolted to the concrete with a smoked dome underneath where the lens sat. Beneath it, like under most of them, was a small monitor, a service screen technicians could use when they were calibrating angles. Tonight it was on a little rectangle of tunnel inside the tunnel. As we staggered past, I looked up at it, maybe just out of habit. For a fraction of a second, I saw us. 2 figures in reflective vests moving through the frame, one slightly ahead, Jason, one half stumbling behind, me. That was normal. That was how it should have been. But the direction was wrong. On that tiny screen, the 2 of us were not running toward the portal. We were moving the other way, deeper into the throat shoulders, angled toward the place where the Freightliner sat, hazard lights bleeding color into the concrete. It might have been a delay. It might have been the last few seconds of recorded feed looping while the camera caught up. It might have been carbon monoxide grabbing my brain by the throat and twisting. On the floor, our bodies were going one way. On the screen, they were going the other. For that slice of time, I could not tell which version was more real. The CO alarms squealed so loud I almost dropped it. My vision sparkled brighter, the tunnel narrowing down even more. "Hey, Jason," barked voice far away and right next to my ear at the same time. His hand yanked me forward again. My legs tried to comply. One of my boots slipped in a patch of slush, and my knee hit the concrete hard enough that I saw a white flash that had nothing to do with the lights. We were close to the portal now. I could tell because the air on my face had shifted from warm, stale heaviness to something with a bite. There was a faint thread of cold creeping under the carbon monoxide blanket, a temperature change that my skin recognized, even when my lungs were too busy gasping to care. "Almost there," Jason said again, breath-harsh words chopped into pieces. "Come on. Don't fall asleep on me." I'm not. I started, and then the tunnel tilted sideways. The next few seconds are a smear in my memory. Fragments of light and sound and weight. I remember the dim orange of the portal mouth growing larger in front of us, patchy snow blowing in like smoke from another world. I remember my foot not landing where I thought it would. My body pitching forward, Jason's hand shooting out and missing whatever it was reaching for. My shoulder hit the ground. The impact knocked what little air I had left out of my chest in one useless grunt. My cheek scraped the damp concrete and the cold seeped into my skin in a thin, shocking line. It felt less like falling and more like being gently laid down by something that had finally decided to stop arguing with gravity. The CO alarm was still screaming, but its sound was fading as if someone was walking away with it down a long hallway. My field of vision shrank to a bright blur of the outside. The storm still raging out there, unaware of what had happened inside this hole in the rock. Snowflakes blew sideways across the opening, sharp and bright under the portal lights. For a few incredible seconds, my face was turned just enough toward the outside world that I could feel real cold air on my lips and nose. Not the flat-used chill of the tunnel, but the raw, biting cold of open sky and mountain wind. It hit me like being hauled up to the surface of a deep pool, that first gasp, where your body remembers what air is supposed to taste like. Behind me, from somewhere deep in the tunnel, a new sound rose. It started as a low rumble, almost below hearing a vibration in the concrete that my cheekbones felt before my ears did. Then it rolled forward, up and around and over, turning into a full-throated roar as banks of fans along the ceiling came back to life. The mountain's concrete throat, which had been holding its breath for what felt like forever, finally inhaled. Air rushed past my body in a heavy, forced gale, carrying with it the stale, poisoned atmosphere from deeper inside. The noise of it filled every empty space, crowded out the fading alarm, the static, the echo of my own heartbeat. The last thing I registered, lying half in the tunnel and half in the doorway of the storm, was the way that sound felt. Not like rescue, not like a system doing its job. It sounded like the tunnel taking its first deep, satisfied breath after realizing how many quiet, sleeping people it had managed to keep. 5.1. Waking up in the quiet room. When I came back, the first thing I smelled was alcohol. Not the kind you drink, the sharp surgical kind. Rubbing alcohol and disinfectant riding on top of plastic and old air. It hit the back of my sinuses and told me before my eyes bothered to cooperate that I wasn't in the tunnel anymore. There was a dryness in my mouth that felt like I had been chewing on chalk for an hour. My tongue was too big. My teeth felt filmed over. Something pinched the bridge of my nose. Something else tugged gently at the crook of my elbow. Then the sounds started to sort themselves out. A monitor close to my head was having a quiet argument with itself. Beep, beep, beep. Each tone soft and precise, spaced evenly enough that I could count my heartbeats against it if I wanted. Somewhere behind that, another machine made a low, steady hum like it was thinking hard about staying on. From farther away came the hospital noises. I think everyone recognizes, even if they pretend they don't. The squeak of cartwheels on linoleum, the distant rumble of an elevator, a brief squawk from an intercom followed by an apology. Shoes whispered past my door, some soft-soled, some heavier. A metal tray rattled against something else metal. My eyes finally listened to the memo and opened. The ceiling above me was a suspended grid of white acoustic tiles, the kind with tiny holes punched in them, like someone had tried to ventilate the sky. A rectangular fluorescent fixture buzzed overhead, shielded by a plastic diffuser that had yellowed at the corners. I turned my head slightly. The motion sent a dull ache through my skull, like my brain was sloshing and did not appreciate being asked to move. To my right, a pale blue privacy curtain was half drawn, hanging from a metal track near the ceiling. Beyond it, I could see a slice of the hallway, more white walls, more light, a blurry figure in scrubs passing by. On the wall straight ahead, there was a clock. Analog black hands, white face numbers printed a little too thin. It said 10:14. It could have been morning or night. The light in the room didn't care. The air smelled like every hospital I had ever walked through to visit someone else. Antiseptic, plastic, skin. a hint of something metallic that had nothing to do with tunnels this time. "Hey," a voice said, and I flinched a little because it was closer than I expected. I turned my head the other way and found a man in a white coat standing near my bed, holding a clipboard, like it was still 1998. He had a tired, lined face and dark hair that was going gray at the temples. There was a badge clipped to his pocket, but my vision fuzzed around the letters when I tried to read them. "You're awake," he said. "Good. How are you feeling?" It was a stupid question and a fair one at the same time. I tried to answer and discovered there was an oxygen mask over my nose and mouth, a clear plastic thing secured with a strap around the back of my head. My voice bumped against it and came out as a muffled rasp. He reached up and lifted the mask just enough to let me speak. The air under it felt cooler than the room, a narrow jet straight into my mouth. My head, I managed. And heavy. "Headache, heaviness, confusion," he said, like he was checking off a list. "That tracks. You inhaled a significant amount of carbon monoxide. You're in Silverthorne Medical Center. You've been here a little over a day." Silverthorne. That made sense. That was the nearest place with more than a clinic. "Carbon monoxide," I repeated as if it was a new word. He nodded. "You were found just inside the east portal of the tunnel," he said. "You collapsed very close to open air. EMS got a mask on you, quickly transported you here. We've had you on high-flow oxygen since." My brain tried to catch up. The tunnel, the Freightliner, the horn, the way the air had turned into wet wool. "Jason," I said, and the name scraped its way out of my throat. My partner, the other tech. Was he the doctor? Hesitated just long enough that I had my answer before he said it. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "Your colleague was brought in as well. He sustained severe exposure and likely lost consciousness deeper inside. We did what we could." The words hung there neat and clinical. We did what we could. The monitor beside me kept beeping, indifferent to the way my chest tightened around air that suddenly felt too thin. I stared at the ceiling for a few seconds, because it was easier than looking at the doctor. The tiny holes in the tiles blurred, then snapped back into focus, then blurred again. "What?" "About the others," I asked. "The drivers, the cars, the trucker. They're still determining numbers," he said. "There are ongoing recovery efforts. The state's involved. Federal agencies, too. I'm not the best person to give you counts. Right now, I need you to focus on breathing and letting your blood gas levels normalize." He said it smoothly, like he'd already been repeating some version of that line all morning. A draft of cool air brushed my hand as the overhead vent in the room changed its tone. I hadn't even noticed it until then. The hospital's HVAC, a soft exhale in the background. When it ramped up, the sound shifted from a gentle hiss to a slightly rougher rush. My whole body went rigid. For a heartbeat, I was back under the control room vent, listening for the moment everything would cut out. "You all right?" the doctor asked, eyes flicking up at the vent, then back down to me. "Just," I said. I swallowed, feeling my throat rasp. Not a fan of fans right now. He gave me a small, professional smile that did not quite make it to his eyes. "That's understandable," he said. "I'll keep this short. You've got signs of moderate CO poisoning, but the good news is your levels have been trending in the right direction. You didn't take as much as some of the others. Being found where you were made a difference." He flipped through the chart on his clipboard, tapping a fingernail against one page. "You were lucky," he said almost offhand, then added, "Once the fans shut off, the others never really had a chance." The words hooked into me. "Shut off," I said. He looked up. "That's what we've been told," he said. "The ventilation system failed or was overwhelmed. I'm sure there will be more detailed reports, but that's the current understanding. My mind replayed the last thing I'd heard before everything went dim, the fans roaring back to life, the tunnel taking a deep, hungry breath as I lay on the threshold. The fans came back, I said more sharply than I meant to. The effort made my head throb. They weren't off at the end. They waited. Then they turned on. The doctor's expression did something quick and complicated. Not exactly disbelief, more like recognition of something that didn't fit neatly into his column of facts. I'm sure there were multiple phases to the failure and restart, he said gently. The investigators will put that together. Right now, from a medical standpoint, what matters is that you're here and breathing, and we need to get you fully stabilized. Let's circle back to system events another time. He settled the mask back over my mouth and nose, cutting off any reply I might have had. The elastic tugged at my skin. The cool oxygen hissed loud in the small space inside the mask. Try to rest, he said. Nursing staff will be in and out. If you feel dizziness, chest pain, worsening headache, hit the call button. And I'm sorry about your colleague. He left quietly, the door clicking shut behind him. For a few minutes, I lay there with the mask hissing and the monitor beeping, and the hospital vent breathing, trying to line up the doctor's version of events with what I remembered. Once the fans shut off, the others never really had a chance. In my head, that sentence overlapped with another, that low, growing roar as the fans wound back up long after hazard lights had turned into little orange tombstones in a line. I do not know how long I drifted in that half-awake, half-dreaming state. Time in hospitals feels like it moves sideways. At some point, the sound in the room changed. At first, it was subtle. The monitor tone flattened like someone had turned the volume down a notch. The hiss of oxygen in the mask thinned. The distant hallway noises, cartwheels, voices, and overhead page faded like they were moving away down a long tunnel, even though I hadn't heard anyone shut the door. Then everything stopped. The monitor went silent mid-beep. The hiss of the oxygen cut off so abruptly that my lungs forgot what to do for one terrified heartbeat. The vent above me stopped its sigh. The noises from the hallway vanished, leaving a white ringing absence in their place. It was the hush transplanted. The same thick, unnatural stillness that had filled the control room and the tunnel wrapped now around a hospital bed and a plastic chair and a clock on the wall that might as well have been painted on. My body reacted before my brain did. I ripped the mask off my face fingers, clumsy, sending it swinging on its tubing. I sat up too fast, the world-tilting IV line, tugging unpleasantly at the vein in my arm. For a second, the silence deepened. It felt like the entire building was holding its breath, listening. My ears filled with pressure. My heartbeat pounded loud enough to be its own crude alarm. Then everything snapped back. The vent exhaled. The monitor shrilled in one prolonged, offended beep, then resumed its tidy rhythm. Somewhere outside, a cart squeaked past my door. A voice laughed too loud, too normal at something I did not catch. The oxygen mask hissed angrily at the end of its tube where it swung. The door banged open. A nurse in blue scrubs rushed in, her eyes wide. Hey, she said, coming straight to the bed. Easy. You're okay. Her name tag said Kara. She smelled like hand sanitizer and some kind of floral lotion fighting a losing battle against it. You were yelling, she said. Monitor picked up a spike. What's going on? I hadn't realized I had made any noise at all. My throat hurt like I'd been shouting for minutes. The sound, I said, breathing hard. Everything stopped. Her expression softened in that way people's faces do when they decide you're fragile. You had what's called a panic episode, she said. Totally normal after what you went through. Sometimes your brain is still in the tunnel even when your body isn't. I wasn't, I started, then let it go. She was not wrong, not entirely. She settled me back against the pillow, rehung the mask more gently over my nose and mouth, checked the IV line with quick, practiced hands. The monitor calmed itself down one beep at a time. "Try to focus on what's here," she said. She tapped the rail of the bed lightly. "This room, this sound. You're safe. Safe." After she left, I lay there listening harder than I should have. To the vent, to the beeps, to the soft rattle of something in the hallway. Every time the HVAC changed its pitch, even by a fraction, my whole body tensed, waiting for the hush to drop again. It didn't. Not that time. Later, when my hands were steady enough, I asked for my phone. Calling my ex felt like the worst idea and the only one. I answered on the second ring, breathless, like she'd run to grab it. "Hey," she said, voice tight. "You're awake," I could hear their house behind her. The TV on low, some nature documentary murmuring, the steady swish and clank of the dishwasher, something sizzling faintly on the stove. Ordinary sounds stacked on top of each other. A whole life continuing in a different time zone of reality. "I'm okay," I said, though. My head throbbed and my chest ached and my throat felt raw. Mostly. They say I got lucky. There was a small, shaky exhale on her end. "Yeah, well," she said, "tell that to my blood pressure. They called me from a number I didn't recognize, and I thought she cut herself off." I heard her swallow. "Is he?" I asked. "He's asleep," she said. I could picture him probably sprawled on the couch in his truck pajamas, one arm over his head, cartoons still playing. "I told him you were working extra hard to keep people safe in the storm. I didn't tell him." She trailed off. In the background, the dishwasher clicked into a new cycle. The TV narrator started talking about migration patterns. Some anchor on the news somewhere was already rehearsing how to say tragedy into a camera. I listened to her kitchen, to her living room, to the clatter of normal life. The sounds of a world that still believed in the simple equation of cause and effect. Switches and responses, engines and fans doing what they were told. My throat closed around words I didn't know how to say. "You're okay," she said again, softer. "That's what matters." I wanted to tell her that okay felt like the wrong word, that I could still hear the tunnel in the spaces between the hospital sounds, that somewhere in the mountain concrete and steel and ductwork had taken on a life it was never supposed to have, and that life was not done breathing yet. Instead, I listened to the dishwasher, to the TV, to the tiny distant squeak of their front door as someone came or went. "You were lucky," the doctor had said. The others never really had a chance once the fans shut off. I stared at the ceiling vent while my ex talked about nothing things to fill the silence, and all I could think was the fans didn't shut off. They waited, and then they took a breath. 5.2. The numbers and the blame. A week after the tunnel, they sat us in a conference room and translated everything that had happened into numbers and bullets. It was in a district office in Denver, far enough from the mountain that if you looked out the window, you could pretend the Rockies were just a backdrop and not a place that killed people. The room had that same state building smell as the control center. Old carpet, burnt coffee dust trapped in vents, but sharper like anxiety had a scent too. I sat in the last row near the door, sunglasses on, even though we were indoors. The headaches hadn't really let up, and the overhead fluorescence felt like ice picks behind my eyes. Someone had placed pitchers of water on the tables, plus another sacrificial box of donuts nobody touched. At the front, a projector hummed Fan, whirring loud enough to compete with the murmur of people settling into chairs. A stand-up banner had been rolled out in the corner, Colorado Department of Transportation. Safety first. The slogan looked like a bad joke pasted over the day. A man in a suit stepped up to the podium. Not someone from the tunnel, someone from higher up. Polished shoes, expensive tie, a haircut that took maintenance. Next to him sat a row of others, a woman from the safety division, a couple of investigators, a lawyer whose expression had been professionally neutralized. "Thank you all for coming," the man in the suit said, tapping the mic, even though none of us had doubted it was on. "We know this has been a difficult week. Today is about transparency and learning. We will walk through what we know, what went wrong, and what we're going to do to make sure it never happens again." The projector coughed up the first slide, a title in big letters. Incident Review, I-70 Mountain Tunnel, Jan 18. Below it, a stark line, 11 fatalities, 36 hospitalized, dozens treated on scene, 11. Hearing it said out loud was different than seeing double digits in the news crawl. 11 people who had hazard lights blinking politely behind them, while the tunnel forgot how to be a pipe and decided to be a lung. The safety woman took over her voice, practiced the cadence of someone who had presented after-action reviews for floods and pileups and rock slides. "What we're looking at," she said, "is a perfect storm of factors. Perfect storm." Of course they use that phrase. Weather, traffic, fuel, systems, everything but intention. She clicked. The next slide was a tidy list: severe blizzard conditions reducing visibility, heavy truck traffic due to diverted freight routes, lower-grade fuel mixtures resulting in higher CO output, unavoidable lag in ventilation response under load, disabled freight vehicle obstructing lane. Each bullet wore its blame like a small, neat badge. They talked about the storm first. Satellite images, weather service advisories, models that had predicted whiteout conditions but had not mandated closures. The phrase economic impact floated over the room, carefully detached from human cost. Then they moved to the tunnel systems. An investigator I recognized from the hospital, same stale coffee breath, same ring binders, stood and pointed at a graph projecting ventilation rates against CO levels. At no point, he said, tapping the screen, do the logs show a complete shutdown of the ventilation system. We do see periods where the effective capacity was reduced due to maintenance and load. We see response that did not keep pace with emission spikes. But we do not see a full power loss. My skin crawled. The line representing fan speed dipped and rose on the graph, but never bottomed out. According to that curve, the fans never stopped. I was there, I muttered, too low for anyone but my own headache to hear. They stopped. The investigator continued. We have identified unavoidable lag between sensor readings and system response under extreme conditions. There was a surge in emissions when the disabled Freightliner's engine failed. Combined with idling vehicles and poor fuel quality, CO accumulated faster than the fans could purge. There is no evidence of malicious activity or intentional system tampering. Unavoidable lag. A soft phrase stuffed into a hard space. They brought up a timeline slide next 2320. Freightliner reports engine trouble, drivers call to dispatch. 2337, ventilation boost activated. 2348, first distress calls from motorists. 0003, EMS units enter east portal. I watched the times stack up dot by dot. 2337 stood out like a bruise. That was the minute the world had turned pallid gray and silent in the control room, the clocks cheating us of a second. At some point, the lawyer took over, talking about liability, about shared responsibility, about how systems were designed to handle reasonably foreseeable conditions. The words layered over each other like gauze. My mind drifted back to the mountain anyway. Once we got to the section labeled Media Summary, they dimmed the lights further and brought up photos from the incident. Not the worst ones. The sanitized ones, emergency vehicles at the tunnel mouths, responders in reflective gear stretchers moving. Then, as they shifted to system behavior, they put up stills from the internal cameras. The room went quiet under the projector's buzz. No paper rustle, no coughs. Just the click of the slide changer and the fan blowing hot air across the glass. The first image was a wide shot of the midspan. 2 lanes, concrete walls, tunnel lights staring down like indifferent eyes. The line of vehicles sat frozen hazard lights caught mid-blink. No people visible, just shapes and reflections. Everyone who mattered was slumped out of frame. Something about it made my stomach twist. The investigator pointed with a laser. "This is a frame captured at the peak CO concentration, according to our reconstructed timeline," he said. "Note the lack of movement among the traffic flows compared to earlier segments." I blinked, and in that blink, I knew the frame. Not because of the trucks, or the way the sedan was positioned halfway into the emergency bay, because of what I didn't see. In my memory, that stretch of tunnel included 2 figures in DOT vests moving between the cars, one slightly ahead of the other. In the freeze frame, there was no one there, just empty lanes and empty shells. The timestamp in the corner said 23:37:13, the exact second after the grayout. My fingers tightened on the styrofoam cup of untouched water, squeezing it into an oval. My heart sped up, not enough to set off any alarms, just enough to make the room's edges sharpen and then blur. "Can you go back one?" someone asked from the front. They did. Earlier frame, more cars still rolling. "Go forward again, back to the freeze." The static image looked perfectly ordinary to everyone else. Just another still from a bad night. But I recognized it as the second, after the hush, after the missing tick, after whatever had leaned on the world's pause button let up its finger. Between those 2 frames, there was supposed to be a break, a gap, a fraction of time where everything had turned the same color of washed-out gray. The official recording showed no such thing. The timestamp marched on steady. 12:13:14. "Any questions from operations?" the safety woman asked, scanning the room. When they broke us into smaller groups, later one of the investigators cornered me in the back. He was younger than I'd expected, up-close hair just starting to recede, tie loosened an inch now that the big talk was over. "You were one of the techs inside when this happened, right?" he said. "The one who made it out?" "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded dull, like it was coming through a wall. "Off the record," he said, lowering his voice. "Is there anything you noticed before you entered the tunnel? Anything that felt wrong?" A lot of answers stacked up in my throat. The hushes in the control room. The CO detector at home beeping in time with the tunnel sensors. The camera freezing for a second and pretending it hadn't. That night, when the boost fans made the world go colorless, what I said was, "We had some sensor glitches." He nodded like he'd already decided that. "We saw anomalous entries in the CO logs at low levels earlier in the week," he said. "We're classifying them as false positives for now, but it's helpful to know you saw them too. They lined up with..." "Weird feeling," I added lamely. 1 second pauses. "Hard to explain. Stress," he said. Not unkindly. He put a hand on my shoulder for a second. "No shame in that. You guys were under a lot of pressure to keep things open. Thank you for what you did in there." Then he moved on. The conversation rolled over my head, like more ventilation statistics. They wrapped the briefing with language about lessons learned and future mitigation, and set us loose back into the afternoon like it was any other Thursday. Later that evening, while the headache pounded at the back of my skull like a second heartbeat, my phone buzzed with a text from one of the IT guys I knew. The rail-thin kid who always fixed our glitchy monitors and joked about ghosts in the machine. "You didn't get this from me, check your email." Raw feed, I opened the message on my laptop at home, sitting in my Denver kitchen with the fridge humming and the neighbor's TV bleeding through the wall. The file he'd sent was big, the kind that made the fan under the laptop spin harder. Raw cam 18 no one. 2335 2340 MP4, no overlays, no timestamps burned in, just the unprocessed video straight from the tunnel camera's guts. I scrubbed through until I recognized the configuration of vehicles, the placement of the blue Freightliner, the angle of the sedan in front of it. My own chest tightened, as if the air in my apartment had thickened. Frame by frame, I clicked forward. Cars crawling, hazard lights blinking, the faint shimmer of exhaust heat in the distance. Then, between one click and the next, the world disappeared. It wasn't noise. It wasn't static. It wasn't a glitchy smear. For exactly one frame, the entire screen was a flat, perfect gray. No texture, no sensor snow, no compression blocks. Just a single solid color slab laid over the world like a lid. On the next click, the tunnel came back, traffic frozen an inch ahead of where I'd left it, like someone had cut out a sliver of reality and let the tape roll again. In the official copy they'd shown us that afternoon, that frame did not exist. The software had interpolated it away, smoothed the graph, connected the dots. The timestamp had marched on without a stutter, the silence written out of the story. In the raw feed, the missing second was still there, preserved as a neutral, featureless gray. Somebody had filled the emptiness in with a color the system liked better. Or the system had done it itself, obediently painting over the gap, so the log could pretend the world hadn't slipped for a breath. I stared at that blank frame until my eyes watered, listening to the steady hum of my apartment's fridge and the faint rush of the vent, and wondered which was more terrifying, that we had built machines that could quietly hide those moments for us, or that something else had learned to use them. 5-3. Foyer deleted seconds and a choice. When they cleared me to go back to normal activity, I did not go back to normal. I went home and sat in my Denver apartment with my sick days approved and my laptop open, and I did what everybody does when something awful happens. I Googled it. The tunnel had become content. There were local news articles with somber anchors standing near the portals, their breaths fogging as they talked about tragedy in the high country. There were national think pieces about aging infrastructure and climate extremes. There were trucking forums full of people cursing fuel blends and DOT policy. And then there were the other corners. Threads where anonymous avatars insisted it was a cover-up, that the CO sensors had been tampered with, that the Freightliner was carrying something other than freight, that the tunnel itself was cursed, built over some old mine, some older burial ground. In one post, someone claimed they had a cousin who knew a guy in maintenance who said the fans had been deliberately turned off as an experiment. Most of it was garbage, but buried in all the noise were questions that sounded a little too close to my own. Why did the logs not show any period of zero ventilation? Why had so many engines shut off almost simultaneously? Why had there been a 1-second gap in some of the security footage that news outlets had gotten their hands on? That last one caught me. Some station had aired a segment where their slow-motion analysis showed a single frame of visual interruption right before the traffic inside the tunnel stopped moving. They glossed it as signal drop due to snow interference. No one lingered on it. I did. The thing about working for a public agency is that technically a lot of what you touch does not belong to you. It belongs to the public. The Freedom of Information Act gives that public a way to ask for it. I had never filed a FOIA request before. I knew the term the way you know the names of fire extinguishers in a building you never expect to burn. Sitting at my kitchen table with the fridge humming and the CO detector a quiet cyclops on the wall, I opened the state's FOIA portal and typed in my own employer's name. I requested full system logs for the tunnel ventilation and CO sensors from the week of the incident. I requested raw video from interior cameras. I requested audio backups from the control room, a thing most people wouldn't know existed. We used them for training to show new techs how to handle certain calls, certain alarms. Always recording, always rolling over into the next file. I half expected the request to get denied, or ignored, or buried under red tape. It didn't. About a month later, a padded envelope showed up in my mailbox. Inside was a generic letter with some legalese about responsive records and redactions where necessary, and a USB drive in a little plastic bag. I held that drive between my fingers for a long time before I plugged it in. It was unmarked, just anonymous matte black, the kind of thing you'd get free at a conference. When I finally slid it into my laptop, the machine made that small acknowledgement chime and a new drive icon popped up. I opened it. Folders, logs, timestamps. The CO and ventilation logs looked exactly like the ones they'd shown us in the briefing. Rows and rows of numbers marching across the screen. Each line had a time down to the second, a set of readings, a status code. There were no blank lines, no lacunae. According to the logs, time had been continuous and smooth, uninterrupted. That was almost worse than finding holes. I scrolled and scrolled, eyes skimming the numbers, until they started to look like static. Every second between my first hush and my collapse had a corresponding entry. Every mechanical silence I remembered was wrapped in layers of data insisting nothing unusual had occurred. Of course, I muttered to nobody. The official story never leaves blanks. I backed out to the main folder and found the audio. Control, room, backup, 01. Part 1, WAV, control, room, backup, 118. Part 2, WAV, big files, uncompressed. The kind you didn't want to stream over a weak connection. I put on headphones. I did not want my neighbors hearing what I was about to hear. Even if to them, it would just sound like static and men talking about traffic. I opened part 1. The waveform appeared as a long, serrated line. Peaks where someone spoke loudly, valleys of quieter hum, a constant fuzzy bed underneath. The sound of the control room lived there. HVAC, rumble equipment, whine, radio bursts, Jason's laugh, my own voice filtered through plastic. I slid the cursor to the section where I knew things had gone strange, a little before 23:37. Then I hit play. Suddenly, I was back in that room. Our voices thinner than I remembered, talking about speed limits and storm mode. The faint hiss of the tunnel audio feed leaking into the room. The distant crowd noise from the muted football game in the corner. The vent sighing above our chairs. I scrubbed forward in 10-second jumps until Jason's voice said, "You want to do the honors?" That was me boosting the fans. I let it roll. "You ready?" my recorded self said. The keyboard clacked. Relays clicked. The fans in the hallway picked up audible even here as a low rising note. And then in the waveform, I saw it. For several minutes, the audio pattern looked like a jagged mountain range. Then there was a flat line. Not a dip. Not a soft spot. A perfectly straight segment where the peaks and valleys vanished into a single smooth horizon, exactly 1 second long. I dragged the cursor back and forth over that slice. 1 second. I zoomed in until the maxed out timeline looked like a highway. The flat segment stayed perfectly flat. No hiss, no machine noise, no chair creak, no breath. I took a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and played it again, this time letting the audio roll up to and through that zero. Hum, voices, click. Then nothing. Not low volume. Not quiet. The kind of nothing you only get when the signal is severed or the world stops. It was the same texture as the gray frame from the raw video. A total absence painted over with neutrality. and then right after it, the room came back mid-sentence like it had never left. Sitting alone in my kitchen, I cranked the volume up until the background hiss before and after that second was almost painful. When I hit that empty part again, the contrast made my stomach drop. It was like jogging in place and having the treadmill vanish for one step. I pulled the headphones off, gasping like I'd been underwater. My apartment was quiet, but not that kind of quiet. The fridge was doing its usual low, intermittent rattle. The HVAC gave its soft, steady sigh from the ceiling vent. Somewhere outside, a car door slammed. My CO detector sat on the wall above the stove digital display, a steady green 0. It hadn't made a noise since the night before the tunnel. I wasn't planning this. I didn't time anything. But when I put the headphones back on and played that 1 second mute again, something in the room decided to sync up. As the waveform hit the flat line, the sound in my ears vanished. At the exact same instant, the background noises in my apartment cut out too. The fridge stopped its rattle. The vent went silent. There was no plumbing hiss from upstairs, no distant TV through the wall. It was like somebody had hit a master kill switch on everything that hummed. 1 second. In that second, the CO detector's little green light flickered. It beeped once. A single quiet chirp, not an alarm pattern, just a sound to remind me it existed. The waveform moved past the flat segment into chaos again. The control room came back in my ears. The fridge compressor kicked. The HVAC reclaimed the room someone outside shouted at their dog. The CO detector went dark and quiet display still at 0. I took the headphones off very slowly and set them on the table. My hands were shaking just enough that the plastic made a small rattling sound on the wood. Coincidence, I said. My voice didn't sound convinced. Glitch in the audio. Power flicker. Old appliances. Coincidence. What I had sitting on my laptop was a second of recorded nothing that had reached out and touched the world around it. A mute slice of time that seemed to pull other sounds into its shape. I was not an investigator. I was a tech who'd gotten too curious. But I knew enough to understand what a file like that could do in the wrong context. I could send it to a reporter, pair it with the raw video, show the gray frame and the flat waveform and say, "Look, the official story edited this out. Demand to know why. Demand to know who had ordered the interpolation. They would eat it up. Conspiracy sites would have a feast. The state would circle the wagons. Lawyers would sharpen their teeth. My job, my pension, my custody arrangements, my already fragile brain would all get dragged into discovery. Or I could tell myself it was all explainable, that the system filled missing data because that's what systems do, that my fridge cutting out for a second was a timing quirk, that the CO detector's chirp was a test pattern, nothing more. I could bury it. Let the tunnel keep its 1 perfect second of recorded non-existence. Pretend that whatever had looked through that gap once had no reason to look again. I stared at the screen until the cursor blinked over the file name Control Room Backup 118 Part 1 WAV. Then I made a copy. I dropped it into a new folder buried deep in my personal files behind nested directories, with names boring enough that even I would forget what they hid. Tax docs old. Receipts MISC. Audio reference. Inside that last one, I renamed the file something that would mean nothing to anyone but me. Gray Second 01 WAV. Then I went into my email, found the FOIA response, and deleted it. I emptied the trash. I unplugged the USB drive, wiped it, and threw it into a kitchen drawer full of rubber bands and takeout menus. I told myself as I did it that I was choosing sanity, choosing my kid. choosing to let unavoidable lag be the official phrase instead of 1 second hold. The truth is, I was choosing not to find out what happens when you yell into a silence that has already learned how to listen. That's the part the official report will never contain. It will talk about parts per million and fan curves and economic pressure and weather. It will not mention the 1 second where the world went blank on every channel at once. The only people who have ever heard that 1 second of recorded nothing are me. And now you, if this story ever gets read out loud. 6.1. Moving to Denver. Quitting was easier on paper than it was in my head. On the actual day, it was just a badge slid across a desk, a couple of signatures, and a box with my coffee mug and some old manuals. No big blow-up, no scene. Just me standing in a hallway that smelled like burned coffee and copier toner, realizing I was not the guy who watched tunnels anymore. I told people I was leaving for health reasons and a change of pace. Both were technically true. Neither scratched the surface of why I did not want to be anywhere near a mountain with air pumped through a concrete throat again. Denver was far enough to feel like a different story, but close enough that my son was still a long drive, not a flight away. I took an IT chartered building maintenance job with a mid-sized company that owned a couple of office parks and a handful of apartment complexes. Fixing servers and thermostats and door access panels felt comfortingly small. If something went wrong, I could see it, touch it, swap the board. No more invisible gas moving faster than alarms. The apartment I found was nothing special. 3rd floor of a 4-story building, beige siding and red brick, the kind of place you forget as soon as you move out. From my balcony, I had a view of the parking lot, neat rows of sedans and SUVs, a couple of battered pickups, one guy with a motorcycle he baby wiped every Saturday. Beyond the lot, a strip of low-end retail, a nail salon, a vape shop, a taqueria, and past that, a slice of freeway cutting across the distance. At night, the headlights traced a slow, constant ribbon of movement, like a horizontal constellation that refused to go out. Inside the unit was a standard 2-bedroom layout. Kitchen on the left, as you came in, living room straight ahead, with a sliding glass door to the balcony bedrooms down a short hallway to the right. Carpet the color of dried oatmeal, slightly flattened in the traffic patterns of whoever had lived here before. On my first walk through, the landlord, a guy in his late 50s with a key ring big enough to anchor a ship, did the usual patter. Here's the breaker panel, here's the water heater, here's how you work the fireplace if you want to pay extra to watch money burn. The air smelled like fresh paint, old cooking oil, and something underneath that I recognized as building that has seen things. Beneath the kitchen counter, a brand new stove gleamed too clean to have cooked anything real yet. The refrigerator hummed steadily, a low content vibration that I could feel through the floor when I put my hand on the counter. "You're lucky," the landlord said, checking a note on his clipboard. "3rd floor, top unit in this stack. Nobody above you, so no stomping at 3 in the morning." I glanced up at the ceiling, automatically imagining someone else's footsteps there anyway. "What about below?" I asked. He shrugged. "Nobody down there right now either. Unit's been empty since a gas leak a few months back." He said it casually, like he was talking about a leaky faucet. "We fixed the line, but we're still waiting on some paperwork to bring it back online. You get peace and quiet in the meantime." Gas leak. My brain filed that under for later and pretended not to look at it too hard. After I signed everything and the place was officially mine, I did the first thing I'd promised myself. I bought better CO detectors. Not the $20 kind from the big box store where the plastic feels like a toy. I went to a specialty place, the kind that sells to companies with legal departments, and I bought a pair of detectors with more technical specs than I could ever fully use. Digital displays, peak-level memory self-test cycles. I mounted one on the wall in the kitchen near the stove and furnace closet, and one above the headboard in the bedroom. Watching those little screens blink to life felt like setting up sentries. After that, I tried to build something that looked like a normal life. I pushed a cart through Walmart, tossing in cheap dish towels, a shower curtain with a pattern I'd probably get sick of in a month, a floor lamp that was on sale because the shade was crooked. In the frozen aisle, I grabbed a stack of pizzas and burritos, bachelor food, half comfort, half surrender. Back at the apartment, I set up the TV and the soundbar cables snaking behind the particle board stand. I put a thrift store lamp in the corner and pretended the warm light took the edge off the overhead fluorescence. I hung a couple of framed prints I didn't care about, but that made the walls feel less like blank screens. That first night, I baked a frozen pizza and sat on the floor in front of the coffee table the way I used to when I was in my 20s. Like furniture was optional. The apartment was dim except for the glow of the TV and the stove clock. Through the glass door, I could see the parking lot lights reflecting in the windshields below. I FaceTimed my son. He answered from his mom's kitchen, the camera bouncing as he walked around with it. Cartoons jabbered faintly from the living room. Somewhere out of frame, a dishwasher hummed. "Whoa," he said when I flipped my camera and showed him the living room. "You got a balcony?" "Yeah," I said. "You'll have to come see it. We can sit out there and watch the cars on the highway. Better than TV." He made a face like he doubted that, then asked where his room was. I turned the phone toward the smaller bedroom, empty except for a mattress on the floor and a box of his old toys I'd saved. "I'm gonna get you a bed," I said. "For now, it's camp floor." He laughed at that. For a second, the sound of it filled the apartment better than any decor could. After we hung up, the quiet came back, and I did what I always do in new spaces. I listened. Every building has a soundtrack. You learn it, or it learns you. The fridge had a cycle, a smooth hum, like a low note on an organ that would rise for a few minutes, then click off, leaving a tiny after ring in the air. The HVAC in this place was more polite than the one at the tunnel. A soft whoosh when it kicked on a faint rattle through the vents when the blower started the barest clink as the metal expanded and cooled. Somewhere in the walls, pipes burbled now and then as someone far away turned a tap. The upstairs neighbor didn't exist. I reminded myself of that whenever I thought I heard footsteps overhead. What I was actually hearing was the building talking to itself, settling, shifting, carrying sound in strange ways. From outside, the freeway provided a constant, distant rush. Not loud, but always there, a broad brushstroke of noise under everything else. Individual cars didn't stand out unless someone accelerated hard or some kid with an aftermarket exhaust decided he needed the world to hear his engine. Mostly it was just a soft, endless shh at the edge of hearing. Closer, the building had its own tiny percussion section. The elevator at the far end of the hall dinged in a tired, almost apologetic way when it reached the third floor. Doors opened and closed with their own signatures, some sharp and hollow, some soft and cushioned. A TV in the unit next door bled laughter through the shared wall, always a second off from the canned studio track itself. I lay on my back in bed that first night, lights off, staring at the faint rectangle of the window, and cataloged it all. Fridge hum. HVAC whoosh. Distant freeway, hallway elevator, neighbor's TV, the intermittent chirp of someone's phone vibrating on a nightstand through drywall. I told myself it was a form of self-defense. If I knew every ordinary sound, if I could map this apartment's baseline in my head, then when something didn't belong, I'd feel it. I kept one eye half open on the CO detector above the headboard. Its little screen glowed a soft blue-green in the dark, a steady 0 on the display. Every 30 seconds or so, A tiny indicator light blinked to say I'm still here, I'm still listening. In the morning, I ran into the landlord in the stairwell hauling a tool bag. He nodded at me, then jerked his chin toward the floor below. "You hear any noise from down there? Let me know," he said. "It should be empty. We're still finishing the repairs from that leak." "What kind of leak was it?" I asked, even though I already suspected the answer. "Gas line," he said. "Tiny crack in the old feed. Nothing like what you went through up on the highway from what I've seen on the news, but enough to scare the previous tenant out for good." He gave a low whistle. "They're not moving back in. Can't blame them. We did the inspection. It's safe now. Just waiting on corporate to sign off." He moved on down the stairs, keys jangling. I watched his back disappear and thought about the empty unit beneath my feet, air sitting still in rooms that used to have a person's sounds in them. An apartment stacked above a place that had already tasted gas and fear. It was probably nothing. Buildings have histories. Pipes leak. Stuff gets fixed. Still that night when I lay in bed listening to the fridge and the freeway and the faint comforting hiss of the HVAC, I added one more thing to the list of baseline facts. There is no one living directly beneath me. If I ever heard footsteps down there or a TV or the muffled slam of a cabinet, it wouldn't be coming through the usual channels. 6. 2. Nightly hushes and beeping. The first time the new detector beeped, it was almost funny. Almost. It was about 2 weeks after I'd moved in. I remember the time because I'd been trying not to look at the clock all night, and then when everything went wrong in that tiny way, my eyes went straight to it. 11:37 p.m. Same numbers as the tunnel. I was on the couch, lights, low laptop propped on my knees. I'd made the genius decision to put on horror videos to help myself fall asleep. The same type of channel I'm sending this story to now. Familiar voice, familiar format, 3 true stories that will keep you up tonight. I had the volume down low, more of a murmur than anything. Outside the sliding glass door, the parking lot lights painted long shadows of the cars onto the asphalt. Farther out, the freeway whispered its constant, distant rush. Inside the apartment's soundtrack was doing its usual rounds. The AC was running a lazy cycle, not blasting just enough to keep the place from feeling stuffy. It made that soft, steady push of air from the vent above the TV a sound I'd gotten used to timing my breathing with. The fridge in the kitchen hummed a few notes, lower compressor working through whatever internal logic fridges use. Above me, somebody ran. It shouldn't have been possible. There was no unit upstairs. But the sound came anyway. Quick, light footsteps directly over my ceiling, crossing from one end of the living room to the other. I told myself it was the building transmitting noise from some other stack. Sound travels weird in old complexes. I muted the video and sat very still, listening. The footsteps faded. The AC sighed. The freeway whispered. Somewhere down the hall, a door closed with a muffled click. I was just starting to breathe normally again when the detector in the kitchen chirped. It was a small sound, just a single clean beep. But it cut through everything else like a needle through fabric. Not loud, not shrill, just perfectly placed. The moment it went off, the world went thin. The AC's exhale stopped mid-breath. The fridge hum dropped away. The faint plumbing glug from faraway pipes cut mid-gurgle. Even the traffic outside seemed to pull back like someone had shut a door on it. For almost exactly 1 second, the apartment did its best impression of the control room right before the tunnel went gray. I heard the little click inside the detector, the relay snapping just like the ones in the old electrical cabinets at the tunnel when we changed fan modes. That private plasticky tick that you only notice if you're listening for it. Then the background sounds snapped back on. The AC picked up where it had left off. The fridge cleared its throat, and rejoined the chorus. A truck on the freeway downshifted its engine brake, growling faintly through the glass. My heart was beating too fast for how little had happened. I got up and walked to the kitchen, bare feet sticking slightly to the cheap vinyl. The detector sat on the wall above the light switch, its blue-green display glowing softly, 0 ppm. No alarm, no flashing red light. Just that small, steady 0 and a green power indicator. I pressed the test button with my thumb. The detector obediently went through its routine, a series of loud beeps, all the lights flashing in an obnoxious little dance. Normal. The manual said it would do a single chirp every so often if the battery was low or if it needed replacement. But the unit was brand new, battery full. Manufacture date barely a few months behind me. I scrolled through its menu with the little side button. Peak level history self-check. Everything read clean. The highest logged reading since I'd installed it was 3 ppm, some random puff from cooking or a passing truck. There's nothing wrong, I told myself, hand on the wall for no reason. It chirped. Electronics chirp. That's what they do. I stood there longer than I needed to, just listening. The AC, the fridge, somewhere a neighbor's toilet tank refilling. Above me, nothing. I leaned in closer to the detector until my ear was just a few inches from the plastic casing. It gave off a faint warmth, the heat of tiny components doing their job. If there was any noise coming from inside, a whine, a buzz, I couldn't hear it over the rest of the apartment. That's when something hit the floor below me. It wasn't a polite sound. It wasn't the light footsteps I'd heard earlier. It was a solid, heavy thump from directly under my feet, strong enough that I felt a slight vibration through the soles of my socks. It sounded like someone had dropped a piece of furniture or a full toolbox or a body in the empty unit downstairs. I froze. My first instinct wasn't to move or call out or even breathe. It was the same thing that had kept me alive in the tunnel for just long enough I listened. Hard. Silence answered. Not the complete surgical hush of the gray-out, but the regular boring quiet of a building late at night. The AC kept running. The freeway kept whispering. A siren wailed faintly in the distance, then faded. From below, nothing. No shuffle, no smaller bumps following the big one. No muted curse like somebody had dropped a box on their foot. Just absence. Hello, I called, hating how uncertain my voice sounded. My own word bounced back to me off drywall and linoleum, sounding smaller. Nobody answered from below. I told myself that concrete transmits vibrations weirdly, that maybe someone 3 units over had slammed a door or dropped a weight, that the fact it felt so directly under me was just my brain mapping it wrong. That night, when I finally went to bed, I lay awake staring at the CO detector above the headboard. Every time its little status light blinked, I counted slowly to 30, waiting for another random chirp. It didn't come. The next morning, in the bright, ordinary light of day, the whole thing felt overblown. I caught the landlord in the parking lot, half buried in the back of his truck, wrestling a box of supplies. "Hey," I said. "Weird question. Can anyone get into the unit under me?" He straightened, rubbing his lower back. "The empty one, just maintenance," he said. "Which is me and a couple guys. Why you hearing something weird? Smell anything?" "Just thought I heard a knock," I said. "Like something fell. Last night." He frowned, doing a quick mental check. "We didn't have anybody scheduled in there yesterday," he said. "No contractors. I've got an inspection on Thursday, but that's it. You sure it's not carrying over from next building?" Sound bounces around. "Yeah," I said. "Probably that." He shrugged, already half-turned back to his tools. "You hear anything that smells like gas, or you get an alarm, you call me and 911. In that order or the other way, I don't care, just don't sit on it." "Got it," I said. Later that day, when I got back from work, I detoured past the downstairs unit. The door looked like every other door. Beige, peephole, brass numbers. A strip of blue tape over the lock said, "Maint only" in black marker. I pressed my ear against it anyway. Nothing. No TV, no shifting, no footsteps. Just that faint, hollow apartment silence you get when a space is between lives. That should have been enough. It wasn't. Images of the tunnel wouldn't leave me alone. Of rows of cars that looked empty until you leaned in close. Of spaces that pretended to be silent right before they coughed up a horn or a body or a gray frame. I needed something more concrete than a landlord's shrug. Our building had its own little camera system, mostly for show. 2 domed cameras in the lobby, one over the mailboxes facing the front door, another watching the elevator and stairwell. A cheap flat screen behind the leasing office desk showed a lazy, rotating grid of the feeds. Tenants weren't supposed to touch it. But I fixed the IT issues for half their properties now, and nobody blinked when I slipped behind the desk after hours on the pretense of rebooting the router. I flipped through the cycles until I found the recording menu. The software was bargain bin stuff, nothing like the tunnels, but it did the same basic job. Timestamps, scrub bar, play, pause, export. I dialed back to the night before. 11:30 p.m. On the screen, the lobby lights were dimmed to their overnight level, a slightly yellow gloom. The front door showed nothing but the reflection of the parking lot. The elevator sat on the ground floor, doors closed. I hit play. People came and went earlier in the evening. A delivery guy, a couple in hoodies, a kid with a skateboard tucked under his arm. By 11:35, the cutouts of their lives were gone. The lobby was empty. 11:36. The elevator did not move. The stairwell door stayed shut. No one came through the front entrance. 11:37. On the screen, nothing changed. No maintenance guys lugging a ladder toward the lower unit. No neighbor sneaking a friend in. No one heading upstairs or down. The timestamp ticked over from 23:37:05 to 23:37:59 with absolutely nothing interesting in between. The lobby just existed. Up on the 3rd floor in my apartment, the detector had chirped, the AC had stopped, and something had hit the floor under my feet. Down here, according to the camera, the building had held its breath and kept smiling. I watched that minute 3 times, then backed out of the menu and left the leasing office, heart beating a little too fast for a boring night in a forgettable building. Maybe the noise had been pipes. Maybe my detector had run a self-test it wasn't telling me about. Maybe the world was more full of coincidences than we're comfortable admitting. Or maybe the thing that liked 1-second silences in tunnels had decided to check if they sounded any different under apartment carpet. 6.3. Looking down through the vent. It did not happen every night. If it had, maybe I could have called it a pattern and done something clean about it. Instead, it came just often enough to feel like a question the apartment was asking me. The hushes. The first week after the detector chirped and the thump came from the empty unit below, I told myself I would ignore it. I would go to work, fix idiot printer issues, and reboot idiot routers, come home, microwave food, call my kid, watch something dumb, and not listen for anything that didn't belong. That lasted 3 days. On the 4th, I bought a cheap spiral notebook from the grocery store checkout line. Blue cover, flimsy cardboard. The kind you get for middle school math. I left it on the kitchen counter with a pen on top. The first time the apartment went thin again, the second long dip where the AC and the fridge and my own brain seemed to forget how to make noise, I picked up the pen. 11:32 p.m., hush. AC, traffic, fridge off 1 sec, no beep. That was the first entry. I kept going, some nights nothing. The fridge cycled the freeway, hissed some guy on the floor below, binged sitcoms loud enough I could follow the laugh track. Other nights, usually late, usually when I was almost relaxed, there would be that small surgical cut in the soundtrack. I started to feel it more than hear it. A pressure shift in the room. A microscopic tightening in my chest. My ears would ring just a little like I'd changed altitude. Each time I checked the clock. Not always 11:37. That would have been too on the nose even for whatever sick sense of humor was running this thing. But always close. 11:33, 11:41, 11:35, like a clock running a few minutes fast or slow, never quite hitting the exact mark, but orbiting around it, unwilling to wander too far. In the notebook, the pages filled with numbers and short, tight descriptions. 11:39 p.m., hush, faint click in kitchen, CO still. 11:34 p.m., hush, footsteps above, no upstairs unit. 11:36 p.m., hush, plus detector chirp kitchen, 0 ppm. Objectively, it looked like the journal of someone sliding sideways. Subjectively, it was the only way I knew how to stay ahead of something. I couldn't see if it ever changed its rhythm. I wanted to be able to say I noticed. One night, sometime after midnight, I decided the walls were not enough. I had been sitting on the couch with the TV off for almost an hour, pretending to read while really counting breaths between the fridge cycles. The apartment felt too small, the soundscape too familiar. I wanted to get closer to wherever the noises were going when they left. In the kitchen, there was a vent on the wall near the floor, a metal grill about the size of a laptop screen, painted the same off-white as the baseboards. It fed into a shared duct with the unit below. Return air for the furnace designed to pull stale warmth away and send it somewhere central to be filtered, measured, judged. I lay down on the kitchen floor, cool vinyl against my back, and scooted until my head was near the vent. Then I rolled onto my side and pressed my ear gently against the metal. The first sensation was cold. The metal had a chill that the room air didn't like. It knew a different temperature from a different place. The grill pattern dug into my skin, leaving faint impressions. Behind it, I could hear the faint, hollow echo of air moving. Not loud, just a thin, steady whisper like the building breathing through a smaller throat. If I stayed very still, I could pick out other threads, the distant rumble of someone's TV, the almost imagined clink of pipes far down the line. It smelled like old dust. Not the dry kind from attics, more like the sour tang of lint and skin that had been warmed and cooled 1,000 times. I lay there longer than any adult should lie on a rental kitchen floor, just listening. After a while, the airflow changed. It didn't ramp up or down the way the apartment vents usually did. There was no mechanical cue, no relay click from the furnace closet. It just stopped. The whisper of air halted mid-sigh, like someone upstairs had put a hand over the building's mouth. I held my breath without meaning to expecting the usual. The wider hush, the whole room going thin. But the fridge behind me kept humming. The traffic outside still whispered. Somewhere down the hall, a toilet flushed. The silence existed entirely in the metal pressed against my ear. In that narrow band of nothingness, I heard something else. A breath. Not mine. Mine was shallow and shaky, held tight in my chest. This was different. A very soft inhale, a softer exhale, the barest suggestion of air moving in and out of a space not far from the other side of the wall. Too regular to be pipes. Too human to be wind. For a second, I thought it might be my imagination reflecting my own breathing back at me, but my lungs were locked, counting seconds, waiting for whatever came next. The breath did not come from above or behind. It came from inside the duct, from somewhere down where the shared throat of the building narrowed between my unit and the one below. Something down there was taking slow, patient breaths in the stale air that used to belong to whoever had lived under me. I shifted my head, the grill scraping lightly against my skin. That's when the metal pinged. Right by my ear, from inside the wall, came a sharp, precise ting, like the sound of someone tapping a thin pipe with a fingernail. Not a big bang, not a settling creak. A deliberate metallic note pure enough that for a second I could almost see the vibration. Once. Not repeated. Not echoed. Just that single, perfectly placed ping in the middle of the duct. I jerked back instinctively, skull cracking against the lower cabinet behind me. A white flash of pain burst across my vision, followed by a wave of nausea. My hand flew up to the tender spot on my head, fingers pressing into a forming lump. At the same instant, the CO detector above the stove chirped. One small, almost apologetic beep. The air started moving through the vent again, like nothing had happened. I sat there on the floor, back against the cabinets, hand on my head, staring at the detector's calm, 0 ppm display, and the slowly rocking shadow of the vent on the opposite wall. "Okay?" I said out loud to the empty kitchen. Okay. It was not okay, but saying it filled the space with something besides my pulse. The next day I told myself I was going to be rational about it. Do something rooted in the world of things you can see and touch. No more lying on the floor listening for phantom breathing like some haunted plumber. I went to the balcony. From my third-floor perch, I leaned over the metal railing until the bars dug into my stomach and looked down. The unit beneath mine had the same sliding glass door, the same narrow concrete slab pretending to be an outdoor oasis. Their blinds were closed all the way, thin vinyl slats drawn tight. But I could see the faint outline of the room beyond. The suggestion of a couch maybe, or just my own mind filling space. No light leaked through. On the glass itself, half peeled at one corner, was a sticker. Inspected. Gas Company, it read in block letters above a logo. Beneath that, smaller text, too far to read from here, and a date in red ink. The sticker fluttered slightly in the breeze, then settled. I shifted my weight, trying to get a better angle without tipping myself over the rail. For a second, my grip slipped on the cool metal, and I got a very clear mental image of falling straight through the lines of balconies past the windows, down to the concrete and the empty unit, and whatever was breathing in its walls. I pulled back quickly, heart pounding. Later, when I ran into the landlord in the mailroom, I brought up the leak again, keeping my tone casual. "So that unit under me," I said. "You said it was a gas leak. Any idea what happened?" He scratched his chin, sorting through envelopes. "Leak's a strong word," he said. "We got a smell complaint a while back. Tenant called the gas company. They came out, slapped a meter on the line. Nothing major, could have been a bad seal or something they fixed on the street. Tenant freaked herself out more than anything. Broke lease same week." He shrugged. "People get nervous about gas. Can't blame them. We got the inspection sticker and the all clear. Place is fine." His version was smaller than the one in my head. A smell complaint. A nervous tenant. A simple inspection. It should have been something I could fold neatly into the file marked coincidence. That night, I went downstairs. The hallway on the second floor smelled like all apartment hallways do. Cooking cleaning products, old carpet. The empty unit's door had a standard white sheet taped at eye level. Notice of entry, gas company inspection. It said at the top. Standard boilerplate. My eyes slid down the page. In the middle of the text block between the phrases about authorized personnel and safety protocols was the inspection date. Jan 18. The year matched the tunnel. The same day, the mountain decided who got to breathe and who didn't. Someone in this building had called in a gas smell from the unit beneath the one I would eventually live in. The same day, the fans hesitated. The same night, 11 people went to sleep behind their steering wheels and never woke up. Some inspector had stood where I was standing now and written that date on a piece of paper. The sticker on the balcony glass had the same date in smaller numbers. It had been there since before the tunnel, before I lay on my kitchen floor, listening for borrowed breaths. I felt the floor under my feet in a new way then, not just as concrete and joists and insulation, but as a lid on something that had already once been interesting enough for someone to measure. Upstairs in my unit, the CO detector sat above the stove, patiently waiting for its next chance to be the only thing that made noise in a room that thought it knew all its sounds. 7.1. Deciding to tell someone I was supposed to send this to a lawyer. That is still the sentence my brain tries out first, even now, even as I sit here in my kitchen, with a Horror Channel's submission form open on my laptop and a half-finished draft sitting in the box. Instead, I am sending it to you. The apartment is doing its usual impression of being harmless. Overhead, the kitchen light throws a warm, yellowish circle down on the laminate floor, turning the fake wood grain into long stripes. My chair sits right at the edge of that circle, so my legs are lit, and the rest of me fades into the dim of the living room. The shadow of the table stretches sideways, bent slightly, where one of the chair legs interrupts it. The digital clock on the front of the oven reads 11:20 p.m. The colon between the numbers pulses once a second, a tiny heartbeat in dull orange. Behind my back, the refrigerator hums. That low, familiar note it settles into at night, where it sounds less like an appliance and more like a tired animal trying to sleep standing up. Every few minutes, there's a little knock from inside it as ice adjusts or plastic pops. The AC is on a light cycle, blowing cool air out of the vent above the kitchen doorway. It makes a soft, even hiss, like someone shushing gently in the next room. Every so often, the compressor outside kicks in, adding a heavier underlayer to the sound, then fades when it reaches whatever temperature the thermostat thinks is right. From the balcony door, even through the glass, I can hear the freeway. Not cars individually, just their combined exhale. A steady, distant roar that never quite goes away, like the ocean if the waves were made of aluminum. The TV in the living room is paused on a YouTube screen. Some algorithm-made suggestion grid sits frozen on the panel rectangles of thumbnails with dramatic titles, familiar Horror Channel fonts promising true stories that wait in place mouths mid-scream. The sound is muted, but I can still hear the faint, high-pitched whine of the set's internals if I pay attention. The tiny electronic tinnitus of modern screens. On the table in front of me, the laptop fan is doing its own anxious breathing. My fingers move over the keyboard in bursts, then stop, leaving the fan to sigh alone until I force out another sentence. All of that noise is on purpose. For months, I've been layering sound around me like armor, hoping that if I make enough ordinary noise, the memory of the hush from the tunnel will stay behind it, like a draft sealed on the other side of a door. It hasn't worked. The email draft on the screen starts the way I told you before it would. I was supposed to send this to a lawyer, but instead I am sending it to a horror channel. Below that, the paragraphs sprawl out. Crooked lines about the mountain, about the tunnel, about Jason, about fans that were never fully shut off, according to logs that lied by omission. I've written and deleted and rewritten this same story half a dozen times now. Every version catches on the same jagged pieces. The parts the report mentions are easy enough to type 11 dead. Carbon monoxide levels, ventilation capacity, perfect storm. The parts it doesn't mention are the ones that make my hands sweat as I write the 1 second gray frame on the camera, the 1 second flat line on the audio, the feeling of the entire room being unplugged when nothing in the logs agrees. And then there are the parts no one else could know because they happened in spaces that do not belong to the Department of Transportation. The kitchen of my old rental with the cheap CO detector that beeped in sync with the tunnel sensors. This apartment with its empty unit below and its vents that sometimes carry the sound of somebody else breathing in, a space no one is leasing. My cursor blinks at the end of a sentence. I did not say anything about the grayout during the investigation. That line sits there like its own little confession booth. My reflection stares back at me from the darkened TV screen, a vague shape at the table's shoulders hunched, lit only by the laptop glow and the kitchen light. I remember sitting in that conference room with the projector buzzing overhead, watching graphs that smoothed over reality. Remember the way my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth when the investigator asked if I'd noticed anything unusual, and the way my brain flicked immediately to that 1-second pause before my mouth decided sensor glitch was the safest phrase. I remember the first time I heard the raw audio from the control room. That strip of perfect silence that didn't belong. I remember deleting it. After I copied Gray Second 01 WAV into its stupidly named folder and tucked it behind layers of boring directories, there was a night, just one, when I tried to live like a rational person again. I poured myself a drink, typed an email to myself with the file attached, hovered over send, and then stopped. 2 days later, I opened that folder and dragged the file to the trash. Then I went a step further and emptied the trash, watched the progress bar crawl across the screen like I was erasing a confession. A week after that, I dug through a backup drive I'd forgotten about and found another copy. Of course I had made one. Of course I hadn't told myself I had. I started to understand that the hush was not just something that happened outside me. It had moved inside too. It lived in the space between hitting delete and going back into the archives to resurrect what I pretended was gone. I cranked the laptop brightness down a notch. The kitchen gets a little darker, the glow on my hands softening. The clock on the oven says 11:28 now. The colon pulses. I listen, AC hiss, fridge hum, distant freeway, TV whine, laptop fan. All of it stacks up a tower of noise I've convinced myself will keep the real silence from finding a foothold. My fingers hover over the keys. I start typing again. I write about walking through the tunnel while the cars were already mausoleums, about the Freightliner's plush bear and the truck horn that wouldn't stop, and about seeing Jason's name printed on a badge clipped to a bag instead of to his chest. I write the part about lying on my kitchen floor with my ear pressed to the vent and hearing breath where no lease exists. About the metallic ping from the duct and how it made the detectors at 2 different addresses chirp like they'd heard their own name called. I write the date from the notice on the downstairs unit's door, Jan 18. The same day the mountain decided which lungs to fill and which to forget. Words on a screen don't change the fact that I stayed quiet when it counted, that I watched a 1-second hole in reality get spackled over in the official records and nodded along like everyone else. The guilt doesn't feel massive, not cinematic. It's not a tidal wave. It's more like carbon monoxide, invisible, odorless, accumulating molecule by molecule, until one day you realize your thoughts are moving slower and nothing sounds quite right. The sound of the apartment is my new canary. If I can hear every piece of it, if I can map its song, then maybe I will know when something else has taken a breath through my life. On the TV, the paused suggestion grid suddenly refreshes itself. The thumbnails jump slightly as the algorithm shuffles the white background of the interface, briefly washing the room in pale light. The little internal whine of the set changes pitch for half a second, then settles. On the table, the laptop fan kicks up a level, blowing warm air against the underside of my wrists. My fingers feel heavy on the keys, but they move anyway. I am going to tell you everything the report did not. I type that and leave it, letting the sentence sit there like a line I'm daring myself to cross. The AC gives a little cough as the compressor outside shuts down the inside blower, coasting to a stop. The rush of air from the vent fades away. For a split second, my heart jumps into my throat. The hush starts in my head before it starts in the room. All my muscles tense, waiting for the familiar drop. for the fridge to cut out, for the freeway to vanish, for the laptop fan to wind down mid-spin. But this time, everything else keeps going. The fridge hums on. The freeway continues its soft roar. The laptop fan whirs, the TV whines, my own pulse thuds in my ears. The only thing that stopped was the AC doing exactly what it's supposed to when the thermostat is satisfied. I let out a breath I didn't mean to hold, a small, embarrassed laugh escaping with it. I am jumpy enough that normal cycles feel like paranormal events. That's part of why I'm writing this here instead of sending a formal letter to a firm in a glass building downtown. I need a place where I can say all of this without someone trying to file it under psychological side effects. The oven clock clicks quietly as its internal relay reaffirms whatever it needs to reaffirm. 11:34 p.m. now. I look at that time and realize my hands are shaking. Not the big dramatic tremors of someone having a breakdown. Just a fine tremor in my fingers, tiny vibrations that make the cursor wobble slightly as I move the mouse. For a minute, I think it's fear. Then I notice the way my eyes keep flicking up from the screen to the oven clock, as if drawn by a magnet. Watching the minutes change. Waiting. It hits me slowly, and then all at once I am not shaking because I'm scared the hush will come. I am shaking because some part of me is waiting to see if it will come on time. If at 11:37 p.m. this apartment, with its empty unit below and its brand new detectors and its ordinary noises, will sync up with the 1-second gap that has been orbiting my life ever since a tunnel in the Rockies decided to stop being a tunnel. My fingers settle back onto the keys. In the draft email to your channel, under everything I've already written, I add one more line: for me more than for you. If something decides to take the sound out of this room tonight, I do not want to be the only one who ever knew it happened. 7.2. 11:37 p.m. again. The oven clock rolled over to 11:33 p.m. while I was in the middle of writing about the hospital. On the screen in front of me, the words "quiet room" and "monitor" and "you were lucky" sat in a paragraph that I'd already rephrased 3 times. The laptop cursor blinked patiently at the end of a sentence about the doctor saying the fans had shut off, like it was waiting for me to admit that he was wrong. I glanced up at the stove. 11:33. The orange numbers looked softer than they had any right to, the colon between them, flickering on and off with a rhythm that felt more deliberate than simple timekeeping. Behind me, the refrigerator hummed. The sound had been there so long it was practically wallpaper, a low, steady vibration that filled the gaps between other noises. I could feel it in the kitchen floor through my bare feet, a faint buzzing that said the compressor was doing its endless, thankless job. The AC was on again, air moving lazily through the vent above the doorway. It wasn't pushing hard, just a gentle, steady flow that made the cheap plastic slats rattle now and then. Out in the hallway, the elevator gave its tired little ding as it reached the 3rd floor. A moment later, a door out there opened and closed with a muffled thud. Footsteps padded past my door, then faded. Somewhere above, or more accurately, somewhere in the building, pretending to be above, a chair scraped briefly, then stopped. Sound travels strange in this place. You hear things from angles that don't match the floor plan. Out beyond the sliding glass door, the freeway sighed. The continuous rush of tires over asphalt, the distant hiss of air displacement. It sounded exactly the same as it had every other night, steady and different, too far away to care what anyone in this kitchen was doing. I went down the list in my head like I was taking attendance. Fridge present, AC present, elevator present, hall door present, distant TV through the wall present, laugh track a little too loud. A half-second delayed echo of someone else's evening. Freeway always present. I put my fingers back on the keyboard. The laptop fan whirred a little faster in response, blowing warm air against my wrists. I started writing about FOIA, about the envelope with the anonymous USB drive, about the rows of numbers that pretended nothing had ever gone missing, about the second of flatline audio that had carved a hole in my understanding of what recorded meant. As I typed, the oven clock shifted to 11:34. I walked myself through that night on the page, the beep in my old rental, the fridge and heater going quiet, while the detector chirped in time with a tunnel I couldn't see. The way I'd sat in a kitchen that smelled like old carpet and stale coffee, realizing that air in two different places had decided to act like it belonged to one system. 11:35. The colon blinked on, off, on. A car out on the freeway laid on the horn at somebody, a sharp little spike of sound that cut across the background hiss and then disappeared. In the apartment next door, my neighbor changed channels or inputs. The tone of their TV shifted from synthetic laughter to some kind of reality show argument. Above the stove, the CO detector watched everything with its small digital eye screen glowing softly blue-green. PM, status light blinking every 30 seconds like a slow heartbeat. I could feel my attention splitting. Half of me was in the tunnel again, describing the way the fans had waited before they took that deep, terrible breath. The other half was hovering over the oven clock, counting down invisible seconds toward a time I'd decided mattered too much. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Things happen at 11:37 p.m. every night all over the world. People brush their teeth, check their phones, let their dogs out. It's just a number, a recurring coincidence I've stapled my fear to. My hands kept typing anyway. I wrote, I asked for all the records, and when they sent them, I found the 1 second that did not want to be kept. The words looked melodramatic on the screen. They weren't wrong. 11:36. The colon blinked. My fingers hovered over the keys, the fridge hum, the AC hiss, the freeway sigh, the neighbor's TV, the faint whine of the powered-on but muted television screen in my own living room, the soft clack of my keyboard as I forced myself to finish another sentence. I thought about getting up, about breaking the moment on purpose, going to the bathroom, walking out on the balcony, changing the input on the TV, so that when 11:37 hit, I would be in motion, not sitting here waiting to see if the world would be removed again. Instead, I stayed in my chair. The clock ticked over. 11:37. For the first half second, nothing happened. Then the apartment exhaled everything it had and refused to inhale. The fridge hum cut mid-syllable like someone had driven a knife through its cord. The AC's hiss vanished, leaving the vent above the doorway a silent mouth. The faint rumble of the freeway dropped away, not fading, just gone. Not muffled, not covered, but erased. Even the tiny high electronic whine from the TV set snapped off, leaving my ears ringing with the ghost of it. The neighbor's TV on the other side of the wall went from bickering voices to a blank, heavy nothing. The elevator did not ding. No pipes gurgled, no footsteps creaked. For 2 seconds, longer than any of the little practice hushes, long enough to count 1 Mississippi 2, everything in my life went to zero. The only sound left was my own breathing, and even that felt wrong, like it was happening in a sealed helmet instead of in the air. My thumb hit the space bar on instinct. The little mechanical thunk of the key landing sounded like a hammer strike in an empty warehouse, echoing inside the hush in a way that made my skin crawl. A single stupid space in a paragraph ringing hard against a second where the rest of the world refused to acknowledge itself. On the wall above the stove, the CO detector's status light snapped from its lazy blink to a solid glow. The unit beeped once, a sharp, clean chirp, and the numbers on its display rolled from 0 to 2 and then back to 0 faster than should have registered. 2 parts per million. Not enough to mean anything. Not enough to trigger a real alarm. Not enough to be real given how fast it flashed by. Just enough to say I heard that. And then something hit the floor beneath my feet. The sound came from directly under the kitchen table, a heavy meat and bone thump that shook the legs of my chair and made the pens in the cup by the fridge rattle. It was a sound I recognized far too well. The dull, final impact of a body falling out of a seat, the way it had echoed between cars in the tunnel when people slipped off steering wheels into laps. The light above my head flickered in perfect sync with its kitchen going dim for a fraction of a second, and then bright again. It was the kind of blink you'd blame on an old bulb if it didn't line up exactly with the sound from below and the spike on the detector. In that stretched out second, my brain did a full inventory of every device in the room like it was an air traffic controller. Fridge silent, AC silent, TV silent, freeway silent, upstairs, anywhere silent. Downstairs, something that sounded like a person hitting the ground in a place nobody rented. Then it broke. The hush ended the way it always did. Not gradually, not with a fade-in or a ramp-up, but in layers. The fridge picked up first, its hum snapping back into place as if it had never left, picking up mid-note. The AC returned next, a low whoosh sliding in under the fridge tone. The freeway reasserted itself through the glass, that soft, endless rush that implied cars and drivers and lives continuing outside this little box. From somewhere in the building far away, a toilet flushed. The neighbor's TV barked a laugh. Someone down the hall coughed. The oven clock on the stove blinked. Not its colon this time. All 4 digits. 1137. The numbers read, but their edges pulsed, the whole display flashing, as if the unit had just been plugged in after a power loss. The colon between the hours and minutes stayed dark, no longer marking seconds. I stared at it, waiting for it to reset to 12:00 or some nonsense default, to start blinking 00:00 like every cheap kitchen timer does after an outage. It didn't. It just kept showing 11:37 blinking off, on, off, on. No other appliance in the apartment flickered. The microwave clock on the other side of the kitchen still held its time steady. The TV didn't reboot. The lamp in the corner didn't dim. Whatever had just happened hadn't touched the building's power in any way the circuits cared about. It had paused something localized, something small and specific. One stupid oven clock and the idea of sound. I pushed back from the table so fast, my chair legs scraped a loud protest across the laminate. My heart slammed against my ribs hard enough that for a second, I thought I might actually hear it over everything else. One hand shot out to brace against the edge of the table. The other grabbed at the back of the chair, keeping it from tipping. My knees felt loose, like there was half an inch less floor than there had been a moment ago. The detector above the stove went back to its quiet vigil, 0 ppm glowing innocently on its face. The oven clock kept blinking 11:37 at me, calm and insistent, like it was marking not time, but the fact that for at least 1 second tonight, something had reached into my kitchen and hit pause on the part of reality that had anything to do with noise. 7.3. Sending the story and listening. The oven clock stopped blinking after a while. 1 second, it was flashing 11:37 at me like a warning light. The next, it had quietly made up its mind about time again and gone back to behaving. 11:38, 11:39. The colon between the numbers resumed its steady pulse like nothing abnormal had ever happened. Everything in the apartment recovered faster than I did. The fridge hummed in its familiar low register. The AC slid back into its breathy whisper above the doorway. The freeway outside stitched its endless shh across the dark. The neighbor's TV picked up some argument show where everybody talked over each other. It was as if that long, thick hush, the one with the falling sound from below, and the detector's brief little lie about 2 ppm had been nothing more than a skipped beat in some machine I was not qualified to diagnose. I stood there for a while, one hand still braced on the table, watching the numbers on the oven march forward, as if I hadn't just heard the world get yanked out from under its own noise. Then I sat back down. The laptop screen had gone slightly dim, its power-saving mode creeping in on the edges. My draft email to your channel still sat open, the last line of what I'd just written, ending in the middle of a sentence about the oven clock blinking. It felt wrong to leave it there, like stopping in the middle of a confession to go do the dishes. I scrolled. It hit me then properly that everything from the first sentence, the one about being supposed to send this to a lawyer, all the way down through the control room and the hushed tunnel and the Denver kitchen and the empty unit below, all of that was now contained in this one window. 7 chapters worth of becoming a person I don't recognize, compressed into an email draft addressed to a horror channel's submissions inbox. The subject line at the top read stupidly in all caps, "Story the tunnel that followed me home." I'd put it there as a joke hours ago, before I started actually telling you about the parts no one else had heard. Now it felt a little too accurate. My mouse hovered over the send button. It's funny in a bleak way how predictable people can be. I could already hear the reactions in my head, like a chorus of voices from comment sections that hadn't been written yet. Creepypasta. Nice story, bro. This guy needs a psychiatrist, not a YouTube channel. Fake, but entertaining. Part of me knew they'd probably be right about at least one of those. I think about going to a doctor a lot more than I think about going back to the mountain. I know how all of this sounds when you stack it up, a man with documented CO poisoning and trauma obsessing over 1-second gaps in audio, hearing footsteps in empty units, lying on kitchen floors, listening for breathing in vents. But then I think about the people in the tunnel. The truckers, the family in the SUV, the driver of the blue Freightliner whose plush bear is probably still in some evidence locker with a tag on its ear. None of them got to say a single weird thing before the air turned thick and wrong. None of them got to tell anyone, "Hey, something feels off with the fans," or "I think the world just paused for a second." They didn't get to send a story to a horror channel. They didn't even get to scream in a way that left a mark on the logs. If I'm crazy in a direction they never had time to aim for. On the table, the notebook where I'd been recording the hushes sat open next to the laptop. The last entry, 11:37 p.m. Hush, 2 sec, detector 020. Heavy thump below, light flicker. Seeing it written down in my own cramped handwriting next to the digital version of the same confession made it feel less like I was inventing something and more like I was finally admitting to a pattern. The apartment had settled back into its comfortable background song. Fridge present, AC present, freeway present, neighbor's TV present. No strange thumps from below. No mysterious breathing in the vent. No beeps. It was the closest thing to peace I got anymore, a minute where everything behaved exactly according to design. No glitches, no skips, no missing seconds. Just the ordinary hum of a city building at night. If I was going to do this, if I was really going to send all of this out into the world, where it could be laughed at or believed or both, I wanted to do it inside that illusion of safety. I scrolled once more to the top of the email, read the opening lines, then flicked my eyes down through the body. Denver, tunnel, Jason, raw audio, gray frame, apartment, vent, gas company sticker with the wrong date, oven clock, hushes. Somewhere between the paragraphs, between the mechanical details and the moments where I admitted I'd lain on my floor listening to the building breathe, I realized something else. This was the first time I'd put all of it in one place. Up until now, I'd kept each piece in its own compartment. The official report belonged to the state. The raw audio belonged to the hidden folder on my hard drive. The hushes in the apartment belonged to the notebook on the counter. The CO detector chirps belonged to the part of my memory I only visited when the room went too quiet. Putting them all together like this tunnel logs, apartment vent reflection, felt like calling whatever was on the other side of those 1-second gray spaces by its actual name, even if I still didn't know what that was. My mouse drifted back to the send button and stayed there. I thought about you or someone like you sitting in front of a microphone somewhere reading this out loud to a few 100,000 people who like to scare themselves before bed. I pictured their cars, their bedrooms, their headphones. I pictured the moment when you got to the part about the hush, about everything turning off at once. And I wondered if anything would be listening on their side as closely as something seemed to be listening on mine. The oven clock said 11:49 now. The second hand on the wall clock above the fridge ticked calmly. In the living room, the frozen YouTube suggestion grid on the TV updated itself again, thumbnails shifting as the app phoned home. For a split second, the set's whine changed pitch, then settled. The apartment breathed in. I clicked send. The button depressed with a tiny plasticky sound, and the browser tab flickered as the email disappeared from drafts. Somewhere out in the invisible infrastructure of the internet, packets of whatever my life had become were routed across lines I would never see. For a heartbeat, nothing changed. Then the world took one more thing away. The HVAC shut off mid-cycle, not with its usual gentle taper, but like someone had cut it at the source. The rush of air from the vent went from something to nothing in less than a blink. At the exact same instant, the refrigerator went dead silent. No compressor hum, no faint internal clicks. The tiny noise of its fan vanished. Outside, the freeway's distant roar dropped out as if the entire city had agreed to stop moving between one breath and the next. I waited for some anchor sound to stay behind the neighbor's TV, the buzz of the ceiling light, the building's plumbing. Nothing. The light above the kitchen table stayed on, but it lost its quiet electric buzz. The elevator down the hall did not ding. No drawers closed, no pipes clanged, no footsteps dragged. The hush this time was not 1 second, not 2. It stretched thick and heavy like something had put a hand over the whole building's mouth and was holding it there. From the vent on the kitchen wall, just above the baseboard, came a sound I had not heard before. A drag. Very soft at first, like cloth being pulled over metal, then clearer, something moving slowly along the inside of the duct, scraping with a deliberate, unhurried rhythm. Not falling, the sound didn't obey gravity. It moved horizontally, or maybe in some direction that doesn't have a good word, as if it was crawling along the inside of the hush itself. The hairs on my arms stood up so fast it almost hurt. The CO detector on the wall above the stove woke up. Its status light snapped on, not blinking, but burning steady. Then it made a noise. Not the clean digital chirp from before. This time the beep stretched itself out, bending in the air, the tone warping and deepening until it sounded less like an alarm and more like a truck horn echoing deep inside a concrete tube. A long, low note that didn't match what the plastic casing should be capable of vibrating in my teeth and in the cabinet doors and in the back of my skull. Under my feet, the floor responded. Not just one impact now, but a series of them spaced a half-second apart. Thump, 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 thump. 4 separate heavy hits from directly below the kitchen, the kind of sounds you get when people fall forward in their seats one after another, and gravity does what it's built to do. The table shivered. The pens in the cup jumped. A hairline crack in one of the tiles by the vent ticked slightly wider. I live on the 3rd floor. Under me is an empty unit with a notice still taped to the door. Under that is a concrete parking level. There are no chairs stacked below my kitchen for anyone to slump out of. No bleachers, no rows of theater seats. Still, the thumps kept their own little pattern, like a small section of another place had been laid under my floor for a second. The dragging sound in the vent slowed, as if whatever had been moving was pausing to listen. The detector's warped horn beep tapered off into a ragged silence. The hush held for one more unnatural beat, long enough for my brain to start wondering if this time it might not let go. Then the world came back in reverse. The freeway snapped into existence first, carrying with it the soft wash of tires and the occasional distant horn. The fridge hum returned, dropping into place like a missing puzzle piece. The AC fan resumed its breath. The cheap kitchen light reclaimed its faint electrical buzz. Somewhere a toilet tank refilled. The vent went back to being just a vent. The CO detector's display glowed calmly 0 p.m. No alarms, no history. My own breathing was the only thing still wrong, too fast, too shallow, hitting the inside of my ribs like a hand beating against glass. I pushed away from the table and stumbled to the balcony door, fingers fumbling at the lock. Outside the parking lot was its usual patchwork of sodium light and shadow. Cars slept in their spaces, windows reflecting orange and white. The air was cool against my face, real and solid and blessedly boring. I leaned over the railing and looked down. The unit directly below mine sat in darkness. Its sliding glass door reflected the parking lot lights in dull streaks. The vinyl blinds inside were closed tight. The inspected Gas Company sticker still clung to the glass, flapping slightly at one peeled corner when the night breeze caught it. No movement, no light, no sign that anything down there had the mass to make the sounds I'd just heard. For a second, that calmed me. The rational part of my brain tried to tug everything back into place: old buildings, weird acoustics, stress, trauma. Then I looked closer at the reflection in the sliding glass. My apartment's kitchen light behind me threw my shape out onto the lower door, a dim, elongated silhouette of a man leaning over a railing. Shoulders hunched, head turned to the side. It was familiar in the way mirrors always are. But there was another shape too. Taller, broader, standing just behind and to the left of my reflected self. Close enough that the two silhouettes almost merged at the edges. No clear features, no face, just a darker human outline inside the already dark glass, as if someone much bigger than me were standing at my back, looking down with me. Out on the actual balcony, in the actual air, I was alone. My skin went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the night temperature. I could feel the absence of a body behind me, like a negative space, a shape outlined by what wasn't there. Down in the tunnel, the cameras had edited out the second of gray because the system didn't know what to do with nothing. Here, the glass had done the opposite. It had found a way to show me something that wasn't supposed to exist. I backed away from the railing, keeping my eyes on the reflection until the angle broke, and the second shape, whatever it was, slid out of view. Inside, the apartment's noises continued like they always had. Fridge, AC, freeway, TV next door. The ordinary chorus of a building marching through another forgettable night in a city that would never know the difference. Behind me on the table, my laptop sat with your channel's submission page still open. The email sent the draft box empty. Somewhere on a server, my story was now a file among thousands waiting to be read or ignored. If you ever do read it out loud, here is the only thing I want to ask you to do. If your channel decides to read this out loud, just listen. If for a second, your house, your car, wherever you are, suddenly drops into that thick, wrong kind of quiet, that might not be dead air. It might just be the tunnel finally catching up to where you live.